Hello, Internet. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. For those joining us for the first time, you're not experiencing a glitch. My face will be on screen in a couple of minutes. We just tend to keep things a little quieter until YouTube stops listening around the 4-minute mark. You're having a tree fiat. Why, girl, you have cats. You have multiple kitties. Why do you have a Christmas tree? You know this is tempting the forces of Satan. And I'm being reminded that even though somebody reminded me a half hour ago to scan read the last portion of the book, just in case, I completely forgot to do that. So there may be unexpected things. I'm so tempted to flip through it right now, but I don't want to. Okay, so what did we have last week? Because we've been in the end of the book for like 3 weeks now. And this is the actual end. This is the actual end. After this, there is no more E.L. James for us to read. We have read it all. We have read all 8 of her books. Someday there will be a 9th. Believe me. And when there is, we will return and rip it to shreds. I also found out today, because I was trying to look if the movie for the Mister has had any progress. It appears to be stalled to hell and back or dead. Because I haven't been able to find any updates in a long time. But, yeah, last week we just had her in a coma, her waking up, he's still an ass. He's claiming that he's okay with the baby while still acting like a jerk. He hasn't really adjusted to anything. They haven't resolved anything about his issues with his past. We found out more about his issues with his past, and he was in a orphanage in Detroit that he didn't remember because he was too little. And that's why crazy bad guy had a crazy vendetta. It doesn't even make sense, like, as a motivation. He had, like, an assistant that we knew nothing about that came out of nowhere that is just such a useless background character. Like, not even a character, it's a throwaway line, but so is pretty much everyone except the main characters in these. Yeah, so supposedly they're, like, on good terms now, and he's, like, you know, accepting the fact that there's going to be a child, and, you know, he needs to not be a violent, rageaholic, tantrum-throwing teenager about it. And, you know, maybe don't terrorize and berate your pregnant wife. But I highly doubt he's ever going to actually change. The only thing I'm curious about is did E.L. James rip off the movie? And this is going to have what the original series never did, which is him coming to some kind of reconciliation with his feelings about his mother and visiting her grave. That's like the only thing. Because somehow there's like 45 pages of this left. How, I don't know, because everything is resolved. Some of that's the epilogue, but I think the epilogue is only like 2-3 pages. It's not huge. But please heed all warnings. And at the end of tonight, I will be announcing the next book. Our first non-E.L. James book. This is a big step. I have it. It arrived safely. It's in good enough condition. It is used, but it's in good enough condition. There's no marks or torn out pages, so I'm good. I did pre-read the back cover just to make sure there was nothing, like, spicy I needed to be aware of. There's not, but holy fuck did I not know, and I shouldn't be cursing yet, damn it, but holy hell did I not know this, because I deliberately have avoided the story, because I knew months ago that this was going to be the next series, and I didn't want spoilers, so I haven't even read, like, a synopsis or anything. I picked it purely for 2 things. 1, the title, and 2, I heard it being called Evil 50 Shades on the internet. So that's why I picked it. If you know what that means, don't you dare put it in chat and spoil my fun. But I didn't know what it was about. I had never read a synopsis. I didn't know the story. Now I read the back cover, and some things are making sense. Yes, but if you know what book I am referencing, do not put it in the chat, or I will not be your friend anymore. Because I've waited many, many weeks to unveil this, so don't ruin my fun. But first, we have to get through the last of this. Thankfully, I was able to piece it out to where it's like pretty much literally 40 pages on the dot, which is our standard rate. Though I may have to adjust that with new book because new book may be a faster read or a slower read. I don't know. I also know it's not originally in English, it's translated. So I'm a little worried about the quality of the translation. I'm hoping that it's good because I know the series was really popular. It has movies. I did confirm it has movies. I don't know if they're in English. If they are, we might stream them in Discord someday. That could be fun. I've never seen them. I don't plan to watch any of them until we're finished with the series because I don't want spoilers, you know? Because sometimes in a trilogy, like things get moved from like things that are in the second book will be in the first movie just because they needed to stretch it out or something. So I don't want to risk that. But for now, all rise for our national anthem, and then my face shall join you.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea, don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Thank you for yelling at me that I was on mute. Yes. Um, but that is our video on consent. It's a PSA from the UK that I have permission to use, even though YouTube frequently flags it and tries to copyright it as being some K-pop song. Why, I don't know. But that does still happen from time to time. Okay, hopefully everyone can hear me now. Keep switching something back and forth. Okay, hopefully the sound is working. Let me introduce the ducks. This is our pantheon of ducks. These are all sponsored one at a time over the last 3 years. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Rolfie, Russell, Mark, Glestial, and new as of last week, Cicero, King Midas Duck, and Phoebe Halliwell, our witch duck. Which also means I need 2 more witch ducks to complete the Halliwell, sisters, because this has to be a thing now. I mean, the TV gods would never forgive me if I didn't complete the set of the Halliwell sisters, so need 2 more witch ducks, but I will work on that. For anyone wishing to add to our pile of ducks, we have these 4 random ducks, never been out of this bag, waiting to join the stage. They are $10. PayPal link should be in the top of the chat. I will draw one at random and you get to name it, or if you don't want to name it, I will. In addition, we have our repainted ducks. They were once something that was a copy. Now we've repainted them into something original because fun. We have Chicken Jockey Duck, Mr. Spock Duck, Scuba Duck, Flounder Duck, Orion Slave Girl Duck, and Cupid Duck. And because we are celebrating tonight, all painted ducks are $10. At the higher end, we have $25, and I will put on these very real police issue handcuffs. There is a key in here as well as a key on a string around the monitor because we practice safety here, but I will put these on. Tonight, these are also on special. They're normally $25 for 20 pages. Tonight, $25 will get you the entire night. And that sounded way, way, way more Pretty Woman than I intended it to. Halliwell, yes, it is from Charmed. Yes, you know all the names, so somebody in your house likes Charmed, Ryan. Yes. Only the original, though. None of the remakes. Not the one that burned up and failed, not the one that apparently had 3 or 4 seasons, but nobody fucking watched. The original one. Okay, why can I not remember her name? She died recently. Shannon Doherty, Halle Marie Combs, Alyssa Milano, and Rose McGowan. Okay, those are the Halliwell sisters. Everyone else is cheap imitation and bad writing. Yes, they're from Charmed. Yeah, I was addicted to that show. I was way too girl. Yeah, it was a very powerful chick show. There was a time I could recite every spell ever said on that show. I couldn't do it now, but at one point I could, which was probably not a good thing. Oh, it doesn't hold up terribly well, but it was so much fun in its day. And certainly last but not least, if you are absolutely out of your mind and really want to help a girl out, for $50, I will chug this glass of wine. There's a napkin over it because there's still some gnats. They don't want them getting in it because they tend to. But for $50, I will chug this entire glass of wine in one go, filled to this level, refilled as needed. And because we're celebrating, there's also no limit on chugging tonight. I usually limit to 1. That will be back in effect next week. Tonight, there is no limit. Yes, I know, Charmed Forever. Yeah. Oh, if you can outsmart somebody who's got that name, you're pretty good. You'd be hard pressed to stump me on some Charmed, but it has been a while, so there might be some holes. Plus, they had hundreds of bad guys, so without a picture, I might have trouble putting a name to it. But I did like the character of Cole Turner, except they kept jerking him around. They wrote him off the show 3 separate times because they didn't know what they were doing towards the end, and they weren't sure if they would keep his character. And then they brought him back because he was really popular. But then he ultimately left to join Nip Tuck, which I really loved. Julian McMahon on that. Really loved that show. I mean, it had its problems here and there, but the when they did the whole season arc with the um the who is the I forget what they called him, but they had like a recurring villain for an entire season. It turned into this big mystery thing of like who is it who's behind the mask, because they were always shown with a mask, and even the cast and crew didn't know who it was until the reveal at the end of the season. I knew because I know how TV shows are structured and that kind of thing, but the way they handled it was really, really well. And they did have some really standout episodes. I know some people said they were over the top, but he just died. He was totally the opposite of Christian Troy the Carver. I thought he was called the Carver, but I couldn't remember. And who just died? Julian McMahon? Did he die? If he did, I missed it and I might cry. Yeah, I think it was called the Carver. And interesting fact, the character of Kimber on that show, she was only ever supposed to be in the pilot. But she popped so big with audiences, they brought her back and she was on to the end of the series. You're serious? Julian McMahon died? I knew about Michelle Trachtenberg. I heard that earlier. I was very shocked because she's very young. Um, yeah, but I heard that because everyone's talking about the Buffy reboot remake that's coming. Because we know Sarah Michelle Gellar is in, but she's not. I don't believe she's acting in it. I believe she's in a producing role only. I'm sure she'll make a cameo or two, because you have to. As far as I know, David Boreanaz is a hard no. Which he got spun off into his own series. He's fine. And he's done he had a very long stint on Bones, which I love Bones. Very clever, very smart. Still, the writers can also suck it for what they did to Zach, though. I don't care that they tried to make it up in a later scene that I haven't seen yet. That was the dumbest thing. Like, I know there was a writer's strike and they were crunched, but dear God, whatever they were smoking when they made that decision, Jesus. But for now, we shall move on with the story. It's going to be bittersweet in a way. Mostly sweet, but, venturing into an unknown author. That's going to be weird. Chapter 40. Sunday, September 18th, 2011. He was like Misha Collins. He looked like he'd be an asshole, but he's a nerd. He was the only one who's going to do the Charm remake for free. Aw. I think he had fun on that show. I mean, he got to be like the comical, over-the-top bad guy so much. Not that him playing Christian Troy on Nip Tuck didn't have his comically over-the-top bad guy moments. He was such an asshole. Bones is awesome, yeah. Hey, Persnickety. Yes, I was with Artie until I had to bounce. I'm glad Sasha got some chasing in. I hope you have snow for her to roll in. Has she figured out that bunnies leave tracks in the snow that she can follow? Yeah, Zach was the nerd that went away for life. It was dumb. Yeah, you're entirely right. That was some of the dumbest writing I've ever seen, because he was a massively popular character. You had so much left you could have done with him, and you throw away a good character because you have writer's block. Just wait until she sees them. Yeah. I'm sure she turns into a bit of a fur missile. But hey, she's got to protect her yard from the bunnies. That's her job. He's way too smart and innocent. Yeah, like seriously. No, they screwed up, and they should have fixed it many, 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 many years before they did. Realize you made a mistake, and at the top of the next season, make it everybody's mission to get him out or prove him innocent, you could have undone it as quickly as you did it. But no, let's just wait like 6 seasons. Because we don't want to admit we royally fucked up. Alright, here we go. Lock and load. It's almost midnight. Apart from some exercise, I enjoyed a quiet day with my wife. Our only excursion has been to see Ray, who is definitely on the mend. Other than that, I insisted that Anna stay in bed and rest. This is going to be the next 9 months of her life. He's not going to let her literally lift a finger, and she's going to go insane. Like, I swear, he's going to lock her in the bedroom and chain her to it. There's no other option. Like, he's definitely going to put an ankle monitor on her at some point. I'm not even kidding. Like, his paranoia is out of control already. She acquiesced, but has been reading a couple of manuscripts, and no amount of cajoling on my part could persuade her otherwise. Oh yeah, he really hates that she works. Mrs. Jones has returned from her sisters, and this evening has prepared a hearty 3-course meal for the two of us. She seems as anxious for Anna's well-being as I am. Anna fell asleep just after 10. He's going to start, like, keeping one of those serial killer diaries of everything she does. Like, when she eats, when she went to the bathroom, so he can go over it with her doctor behind her back. He's so going to be that guy. Because we know he's firing the doctor who hung up on him and wouldn't tell him anything. He'll find someone he can have leverage over. What? Whoa. Damn it. Okay. StreamYards, why do you suck? Okay, are we back? Can everyone see me? I knew I should have restarted shit. That is 50% my fault, 50% not my fault. StreamYards is a bitch. Can everyone hear me? Are we still live? Okay, it looks like we're okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that. It just, yeah. Yeah, get some rest, Ryan. I know you're overstretched. Okay, it shouldn't, hopefully it will not do that again. Or worse. I knew I should have restarted Opera. Damn it. But, oh well. Hopefully it will settle. Because it should be fine. We'll see. If I have to, everybody knows where the link is, but we should be good. So we're just going to pretend that didn't happen, because I don't need to panic. So we're going to pretend that didn't happen. When it went out, it didn't mute? Okay, good. So it didn't go down very much. Yeah, just StreamYards tends to draw too much internet and glitch for a second. I don't know why it does that. They've been doing so much updates and adding so much garbage that nobody wants, though. Like, every time I log in, it's like, look at the new thing we just added, along with 47 other new things in the past 2 weeks. And it's like, nobody asked you for any of this. Stop it. You're overloading your thing, and then it doesn't work well. Oh yeah, persnickety, there's about 1 billion better ways they could have written off the character. But yeah, no, they just got really dumb. I've caught up on work, and now I'm poring over the notes that Mrs. Collier wrote to my mother and father while I was in her care. Oh yeah, we found out the foster parents and he got like crayon drawings or something. She has a neat and tidy hand, and her words spark small reminiscence that cast light into the dark corners of my memory. Christian won't let me wash him, but he does know how to wash himself. It has taken 2 baths to get him clean, and I've had to teach him how to wash his hair. He will not tolerate us touching him at all. Christian had a better day today. He still refuses to talk. We don't know if he can or if he's unable. He has a temper, though. The other kids are quite scared of him. Christian still doesn't let any of us touch him. He has a meltdown if we do. Christian is hungry. He has a huge appetite for such a skinny kid. His favorites are pasta and ice cream. Oh well, these are really short chapters because here's the next chapter marker. So one of these has got to be beefy because we've got like considerable amount of pages left. Our daughter Phoebe, Phoebe, is taking a shine to Christian. She dotes on him. and he's tolerating her attention. She sits and draws with him. I don't think he's had a great deal of experience drawing. Where Phoebe goes, Christian will follow. Today Christian had a meltdown. He does not like to be parted from his blankie. But it's filthy. I let him sit and watch it in the washing machine. This seems to be the only thing that calmed him down. Well, yes, you took his comfort object, and he didn't know if he was getting it back. This is how tiny children work. This is why you wash their blankie and their stuffies after they're asleep. Or in my friend's case, for about a month, you strip him out of his Batman costume that is the only thing your child will wear every single day, and wash it and then fold it and put it on the end of his bed every night because he literally will not leave the house wearing anything but his Batman costume because he's Batman. He would not even accept being called by his own name. You had to call him Batman. He was 4. And then he got over being Batman when he caught Mommy in a lie, and he threw one of those head back, howling, wailing fits and said, "But I'm Batman! You can't lie to Batman!" Shattered his tiny little world. The memories flare and flicker to the surface in fits and starts, but it's the feeling of being overwhelmed that resonates most with me. I was in a strange place with a strange family. It must have been horribly bewildering. No wonder I chose to forget that time. But having read through the notes, I know I didn't come to any harm there, and I do remember Phoebe. She would sing silly songs. She was kind and especially sweet to me. I'm grateful that my parents kept these letters. They remind me just how far removed I am from that frightened little boy. I'm not him anymore. He no longer exists. Oh, he's definitely in your head somewhere, dude. Why do you think you do all the really shitty things that you do? I contemplate sharing these with Anna, then remember her reaction to the photographs. Her sorrow as she gazed at that starved, neglected child. And they'd remind her of that asshole Hyde, and how much he and I have in common. To hell with that. So we're back to gatekeeping on information that's never gonna stop. She's had enough to contend with over the last few days. I tucked the letters, drawings, and photographs into a manila folder marked Christian and filed them safely away in my filing cabinet for another day. Do we not think he would put this in the safe? For him, this is like radioactive information that he doesn't want anyone else to have, including his wife. I'm pretty sure he's putting that in the safe. Or in like a bank safety deposit box, even. I mean, I would. Maybe when she's fully recovered. Besides, I need to talk this through with Flynn. Oh yes, world's worst therapist. Sorry we're not doing the therapist rank video. My week has been too chaotic to get all the graphics and the pictures and everything I needed. I'm dealing with issues with my stove and my building being my building. And I should do that before I share them with Anna. She's my wife, not my therapist. I lock the filing cabinet and check the time. It's late and Anna is dozing when I slip into bed and pull her into my arms. She mumbles something unintelligible while I breathe in her soothing scent and close my eyes. My dream catcher. Okay, if you're using a human being as your dream catcher / fuck doll, you need better therapy. End of chapter. There's a lot of short ones in here. Chapter 41. This is the only one that's got some links to it, so. And it's only like 11 pages. God, we may, just FYI, this may be a really short night. Because I don't see how we're going to stretch this overly much. Because there's just not that much here. But, hey, we got another book to get at, so we'll see. I didn't fuck up page count on this that badly, did I? No. I really didn't. No, because it is 7:56, so yeah. Why is this seeming so fast now? I don't know. Maybe I'm just wired. I had a lot of caffeine today. Chapter 41. Monday, September 19th, 2011. Don't miss those days, unfortunately. It's now replaced with, you are not wearing that or you will wear this. Yep. Oh, yes, when they hit teenagerhood and it's like, how short can my skirt be? How tight can these jeans be? And weather doesn't matter to teenagers. They don't care. They will stand there shivering and freezing in front of you and insist they're not cold in their short shorts. No, I can't say I have any high ground there because my mom used to be like halfway to tears when I wouldn't wear a coat, which was all the time. Anna's curled up beside me, still out for the count. It's 7:16 a.m. I'm normally up earlier, but the last few days have taken a toll on me too. It could also be the workout I did yesterday. Not only did I go for a run, but I did 2 circuits of the gym and an hour's hard rowing. This is because he's anticipating not getting any. So he's like working out like overdrive to compensate. Because he's definitely one of those guys that thinks like as soon as a woman gets pregnant, you can't have sex because that'll endanger the baby somehow, even though all of science disagrees with you. And also, some women when they're pregnant want sex, a lot of sex. I've I've known women for whom this is true, and it's really, really true. Guess what? Usually their husbands come around to the idea pretty darn quick. I smile at the ceiling while I contemplate going for another run this morning. I have all this excess energy. Countdown till he makes a reference to his cock, I swear. Perhaps I should let Anna have her wicked way with me. The thought is appealing. Fuck. Too appealing. See? Instant, 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 instant. He's got 2 tracks. Sex and anger. That's it. Taking a deep breath, I bring my wayward body to heel. Grab my phone and ease myself out of bed. Maybe I'll come back when she's awake. Right now I'm hungry. He was really about to wake her for sex, which I'm sorry, don't ever wake me for sex. Don't wake me unless the building's on fire, and then only if it like is actually near us. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Hale is in the kitchen. If she's surprised that I'm still in my pajamas, she doesn't give anything away. She moves straight to the brand name of something I've never heard of, but is spelled Gaggia to make my coffee. Gaggia. I am assuming this is like some kind of Keurig type thing. Good morning, Mrs. Jones. How's Mrs. Gray this morning? Still asleep. She nods with a satisfied smile. What can I get you? An omelet, please. Bacon, mushroom, and cheese? Sounds great. I'll take that minus the mushrooms. She slides over a freshly brewed coffee. I start leafing through the Seattle Times, glad that my wife isn't on the front page, and wonder what Anna and I will do today. When I spot the real estate section. Of course. Kale. I get her attention once more. Depending on how Anna's feeling, I thought we might go out to the new house later. Could you rustle up a picnic for us? It would be a pleasure, sir. I'll ask Taylor to take down the R8 when it's ready. Thank you. I call Andrea to inform her I'm not coming to the office and ask her to reschedule any of today's meetings. She's unfazed. Yes, Mr. Gray. How is Mrs. Gray? She asked tentatively. Much improved, thank you. That's good to hear. I'll be on my cell today if you need me. They won't, because as we've established, he just hires competent people and is mostly a figurehead. And fighting the coat thing, I would try to insist, just take it. Now it's just, hey, take your coat. Okay, fine, your choice. You have one and I warned you. Yep. Oh, my mom got to that place. Oh, girl, do I remember my mom getting to that place. Yep. Oh, yeah. She, I was I like 9 by the time she just gave up. She's like, okay, fine, but if you're cold, I don't want to hear about it. Yep, that became the rule. She just gave up trying to make me because it just was not worth it. On the right occasion, maybe. But I think I'm more of a just, don't go to sleep and stay up and fuck kind of person. Not that that will be happening anytime soon, as for those of you who haven't heard, I am recently single again. In very, very heartless fashion. And for those of you who know, no, there will be no third chances for said person. But that is one of the things that contributed to fucking up my week. And it does in general suck. I'm still processing everything with the stove, kind of pushed that for, not trying to make a pun, but it pushed the relationship stuff on the back burner. I haven't had time to, grieve the what ifs. My omelet is everything that I hoped it would be. I'm happily eating when I look up. Anna has appeared in the doorway. She looks well rested. The bruise on her cheek has faded. She's fully dressed, as if she's going out somewhere. Yeah, it's called She Has a Job Too. She's wearing a skirt that borders on indecent. She's all legs and high fuck me heels. I lose my train of thought. Can we also point out that pretty much all the clothes that she owns are what he has bought for her? So, if the skirt is, in his opinion, indecently short, you bought it, dude. You don't get to complain. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. Going somewhere? I'm hoarse. I still need to know if that's a real thing. Like, if a guy gets, like, instantly turned on and is looking at a lady, like, in that, cartoon way with the eyes bulging out and your tongue trailing on the floor, does it actually make your voice get hoarse, or is that just a cliche, silly thing they put in movies? Because I'm not getting how that works. Work. She throws me a smile that illuminates the room. I scoff at her audacity. I don't think so. Dr. Singh said a week off. Okay, so he's got somebody to back up his paranoid crazy. But, dude, if she wants to go to work, let her. Go with her if you want to. You have bodyguards that report her every move. Like, she'll be okay. Christian, I'm not spending the day lounging in bed on my own. She flashes me a quick, heated look, which I feel in all the right places. So, yeah, she's definitely got the horny thing. She's like, hey, you want to keep me in bed? There's things we can do in bed all day, but I'm not laying there by myself. So I may as well go to work. Good morning, Gail. Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Jones flattens her lips, attempting to hide her amusement. Would you like some breakfast? Please. Granola? I prefer scrambled eggs with whole wheat toast. Very good, Mrs. Gray. This is the. Wow! Asking for what she wants for breakfast is the most assertive thing we've ever seen this character do. Are we supposed to say that now that she's knocked up, she's like found some independence? That's a horrible message. Gail replies with a broad grin. Hannah, you are not going to work. I'm amused that she thinks she should. Okay, we're not getting out of this without a few more times where he can suck my dick. It's the arrogance and the high-handedness, but also this has been a constant argument. Like, dude, we get it. You don't want her to work, but she wants to work, so grow the fuck up. It's not the character, it's the hormone speaking correct. You are entirely correct, Cerebellum. Yes, it's definitely the hormones. Because, yeah, she's not capable of being that assertive, we know. Oh. Oh, I thought we had a duck for a second, but it's just indeed forgetting that I'm not bilingual. Why is it like half the jobs that are like, hey, your skills match this job that they send me every week are looking for somebody bilingual, which is not one of my skills and is not on my resume and never has been. It's like, could you send me things I'm actually qualified for? I'm really hoping I can pick up something for at least a couple of weeks over the next few weeks. I mean, it's Christmas. Everywhere hires like extra Christmas stuff, and I know it's mostly in person, and that's kind of my problem. But, if I can pick up something for a couple of weeks, even, it would help a lot. But no, it's simple. Don't argue. This is how he responds to his wife wanting to go to work. No, it's simple. Don't argue. And at least the next part is in his head, but it's still the worst. I'm your boss's boss, and the answer is no. What are you going to do if she tries to walk out of the apartment right now? Like, this is the question. Literally, what would he do? Would he tell Taylor to stand in front of the elevator and stop her? Would Taylor or any of the bodyguards actually do that? Like, there's going to come a point where he's holding his wife hostage. We all know this. He's the from Criminal Minds, the bad guy, Ian Doyle, I think was his name, where we discover that, he's an evil crime lord, head of a mob, whatever, and that he knocked a woman up. She did not want to have his baby because he's evil. And so he took her hostage for 9 months and forced her to give birth. And then she tried to kill him, as you would. Because he then basically took the kid from her, gave her some money, and sent her on her way. So, all the more reason to, kill him with extreme prejudice, slowly and painfully. Uh, yeah. Christian Grey's gonna pull that for fucking sure. She narrows her eyes, but her glare becomes a frown as she scrutinizes my attire. Are you going to work? I shake my head and glance down at my pajama pants. No. It is Monday, right? I grin. Last time I looked. Okay, for some reason I thought it was like Saturday or Sunday here, so the staying home made more sense. If it's Monday, go to work. I mean, I know neither of you work when you're at work, you just email and fight, but come on. Never craved any crazy foods, just very specific foods. Yeah, my mom was like that. She only had two things that she ever craved, and one of which she had never liked before. She never liked cucumber, but when she was pregnant with me, she started craving the hell out of English cucumber specifically, and then continued eating it the rest of her life. She liked it after that. The other thing was McDonald's filet of fish. And those were the two things that she craved. Those are the only two things. Like I get food cravings with like, that time of the month sometimes, and they can be intense. Usually it's just generic, like I desperately want chocolate or I desperately want a very large bag of salt and vinegar chips if I want salt. But it's usually one of those two, but sometimes they get together because like a couple days ago, man, could I have murdered some bourbon chicken with some Hershey's chocolate syrup on it. And I know that sounds gross, and I'm sure it is. But in my hormonal extreme moment, it was like, no, 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 no. The bourbon chicken from uh the Bourbon Street Grill with the Hershey's chocolate syrup that comes in the bunny, that would be amazing. I didn't actually do that, but part of me wanted to. Oh, it also had the world's weirdest dream. Girl named Joe. Oh my god, girl. Yes, it has been too long. I'm so glad you're here. Our Blue Jays ducks miss you. But yeah, welcome back. I'm really glad to see you. And we're at the end of Freed. At the end of the night, we're announcing our next book. The first thing we're reading, not written by E.L. James. So hang in there, and we'll get to it. I am going to read the back cover just so we all know what we're getting into. Because I read it and I was like, oh, some things make sense now from the little bits I've managed to I'm trying not to hear anything about it, but I did overhear a couple of phrases, and it's like, oh, that makes sense now. So glad I bought this before I knew that. Now I'm committed. That's great. Hopefully we can get a few new ducks to welcome them. And I'm also still desperately hoping for handcuffs tonight, because how perfect would that be? Come on. With it, like, it's called Freed. If we have handcuffs on, then we finish the book and I can take them off. That would be a nice cinematic moment. We are free from E.L. James forever until she writes the inevitable third one of the Mr. series. Are you playing hooky? From her tone, I think she's intrigued and slightly incredulous. I'm not leaving you here on your own to get into trouble. And Dr. Singh said it would be a week before you go back to work, remember? And she has the right to ignore that if she wants to. And leaving you alone to get in trouble is something you say to, like, your 5-year-old who says, I don't need a babysitter. She sits down on the bar stool beside me, her skirt riding up higher, exposing her upper thighs. And I lose my train of thought. He would, how has he not been, like, scammed by every gold digger in the Western Hemisphere? He's this easy to manipulate by showing some skin? Seriously? I lose my train of thought. Again. You look good, I murmur, and she crosses her legs. Very good. Especially here. I cannot resist running my finger across the exposed skin between her stocking tops and the hem of her skirt. This skirt is very short, I murmur. I can't keep my eyes off your legs, Mrs. Gray. I'm not sure I approve. Oh, God. It is. I hadn't noticed. Hannah waves a nonchalant hand. She knows how to play him, but this is horrible dynamics in a relationship. Yanking my gaze away from her legs, I look her in the eye. Her cheeks color, which she's such a hopeless liar. Really, Mrs. Gray? I raise a brow. I'm not sure this look is suitable for the workplace. Well, since I'm not going to work, that's a moot point, she says stiffly. So she's just giving in on the work thing, because of course she is. Moot? Moot, she mouths, and I hide my smile. There's that word again. I don't recall them having a thing over this word before. I take another bite of my omelet. I have a better idea. You do? My eyes meet hers, and suddenly it's there. That look I know so well. Her desire responding to mine. Because he spiked her breakfast. The air between us sparks with our own special electricity. She inhales, and I whisper, reeling her in. We can go see how Elliot's getting on with the house. The house that he tore down like half of last week. Yeah, it's going to be a big pile of rubble right now. People above me need to quiet down. Yeah, he bought the house on the river that they saw and that she liked. But the architect wanted to tear the whole thing down and like make it all glass and chrome and modern bullshit. They came to like a halfway kind of compromise. It's not really clear, but yeah, his idiot brother apparently has nothing else to do and no other clients whatsoever because he was able to start immediately on their house. A momentary flash of disappointment crosses her face, but then she smiles at my teasing. I'd love to. Yeah, right? Yeah, I don't want to feel like I'm living in the house from 13 Ghosts. That's how that would make me feel. Also, privacy. I so wish at the end of 13 Ghosts, minor spoiler, the house blows up at the end. They really did build that house. They built the entire fucking thing on a lot. And it's like, why? Why did you blow it up for real? They have CGI for that. Like, it could have been such a cool, like, you could have turned that into, like, the ultimate haunted museum or some shit. You know people would have gone out there to hang out in it. You could have made the ultimate fucking Airbnb out of that thing, man. I would love to stay there as like a hotel. That would be awesome. There's so much cool crap in that house. And the carvings on the glass, those were all real. Those were hand done, every word of it. And it was all real. Like the words were real. It wasn't just made up gibberish. Like for a horror movie that didn't really get its due, so much effort was put into it. Like it stands up. It's still a good watch today. It's still scary as fuck. Like it will get to you. I do. The one thing that sucks though is they didn't get all the backstories because they had backstories for all of the ghosts. They had their full backstories and everything. I don't know if the website's still up, but when the movie came out, because they had to cut the backstories, the the scene where she's flipping through the book and she's naming them off, they had to cut it to just her saying their names. Originally, she did give background for all of them, but it made the scene too long. And so what they did is they took all that information because they had written the full backstories and even done photos, and they didn't want to just throw all that hard work away because duh. So there was a website where you could go study up on the 13 ghosts and find all their real names and real backstories and how they died the way they died and what they did after their deaths and yeah, and how they got caught even was all in there. I hope that's still up somewhere because there's a lot of work. Yeah, and Matthew Lillard, of course, is in it. He's awesome, you know. And forget his name, guy from Monk. Good. Don't you have to work? No, Roz is back from Taiwan. That all went well. Today, everything's fine. There's certain advantages to being your own boss. I thought you were going to Taiwan. Anna, you were in the hospital. There's no way I was leaving you. Oh. Yeah, oh. So today I'm spending some quality time with my wife. I take a sip of Mrs. Jones's great coffee. Quality time. Anna's yearning threads through each syllable. Oh, baby. Hale places scrambled eggs in front of her. Quality time, I murmur. Does he even know what that means? Because I'm not so sure that he does. Alright, we're coming up on an hour. Okay, so stretch break. I have a bookmark. Haha. Because my phone is doing things. So, stretch break. Everybody stretch. Rules of the internet. I either need a lower chair or to tape a pole to my back so I don't hunch so much. Stand up, stretch, crack your back. Oh, give your hips a little stretch. Make sure you can wiggle your toes. Oh, make sure you have plenty to drink around. See, I got tea, I got water, and in about 5 minutes I got wine. We're celebrating. I figure I can start drinking a little early. Again, there's no limit on chugging tonight. Should anybody care to be generous? It would certainly kick things off with a bang. Fuzzies. Oh. Okay, so where were we? Anna's eyes dart from my lips to her breakfast, and her breakfast wins. Damn, thwarted by scrambled eggs. It's good to see you eat, I murmur. And pushing my plate aside, I step off my bar stool and kiss Anna's hair. I'm going to shower. Can I come and scrub your back? She asked through a mouthful of breakfast. No, eat. I stride off to the bathroom, feeling her eyes on me. As I exit, I strip off my shirt, and I don't know if it's to tempt her to join me in the shower or not. Okay. Pretty sure there's a domestic violence situation taking place above me because I just heard a woman shout, "Get the hell out of here." This has happened before. Yeah, she's pregnant. She saved Mia. The bad guy got arrested. How is it still going? Yeah, that was true last week. It's more true now. I don't know. I think E.L. James just wanted to get a couple more bad sex scenes in. Oh, you live next to that kind of person? Oh, I couldn't. I'd have committed abject violence. Ugh. Keeping my hands off her is getting harder and harder, in more ways than one. Gray, grow up. Okay, dude, nobody told you to keep your hands off her. That is in your head. Anna has insisted that we go visit Ray first, but we don't stay long. Mr. Rodriguez is with him, watching a British soccer match from yesterday. Manchester United versus Chelsea. Manchester United is 2 goals up, which seems to please Mr. Rodriguez enormously, judging by his cheer. Because we need to be reminded that the author is British. I'm guessing, I think she mentioned Manchester United in the other book series too, so that's probably her team. Good for you, girl named Joe. I sigh. Try as I might, I don't care for soccer. Anna takes pity on me and lets Ray know that we're off. Thanks heaven. Ugh, thank heavens. Ugh. Not even drinking yet, and I'm tripping over words. I sit back and relax as we cruise my R8 to the new house. I'm excited to see the destruction that Elliot has wrought. So hopefully the beginnings of what our home will be. Anna has changed her sky-high heels for more sensible flats. She's tapping her feet to a Crosby, Stills, and Nash song that blares over the Audi sound system, looking happy to be out and about. 2 days 2 days of enforced bed rest has been good for her. She's happy to be out and about, but good thing I literally forced her to stay in bed against her will for 2 days. Yep. That is the Christian Grey school of thought. She has color in her cheeks and a soft, sweet smile for me when I glance at her. And she seems to have set aside her recent horrific encounter with the evil Hyde. It's still the worst name for a bad guy. You named him Jack Hyde. Like, come on. Like, You want to play the Jekyll Hyde thing? There's a billion better names you could have given this character that weren't so on the freaking nose. I'm never letting that go. And push him out of my mind. Don't go there, Greg. I want to preserve my good mood. Since I unburdened my soul a couple nights ago, I felt happier. I had no idea that spilling my guts to my wife would have such a beneficial effect. I don't know if it's because I finally laid the ghost of Elena Lincoln to rest, or if it's because my parents have provided me with some of the missing pieces from the incomplete puzzle that was my former life. But my heart is lighter somehow. Freer, even, because we have to name drop the title of the book. But tethered, and as steadfast as ever to the beautiful woman beside me. Okay, we got to break this down for a second, and I'm having a drink. But when did he care? When did we ever, in almost 6 books, we're about to finish book 6, when in any of these books, either the first telling or this retelling from his point of view, when did he ever give a flying fuck that there were parts of his childhood that he could not remember? Like, we were aware of it because he is aware of it, but he didn't care. It didn't bother him in any way that he didn't remember, like, being at an age when most people have no memory from that age. Or, like, not knowing exactly, like, where he came from or what, adoption agency. He never cared about any of that. But now it's like, oh, I finally have the answer to the mystery that's plagued me all my life, and woe is me, and now I can finally get on with loving a good woman and having a child, and I'm all fixed and better now because I got answers to something that I wasn't asking. Because, like, they said he's like, what, like 20, 26, 27? It keeps changing, but, he could have gone to his parents years ago and said, hey, mom and dad, I want to know the details of my adoption and where I came from. If we had a BS flag, it'd be waving all the time. We do have a flag. We have our red flag that is still here and is still going strong. Though maybe we should add a BS flag. That's entirely possibly a good idea. I'm sure I have another stick somewhere. So, yeah. We could add a BS flag. This is a possibility. Ugh. People above me need to shut up. Like, I don't know how their neighbors put up with them because they're like their whole floor above me, so it's muffled, but if I was like right next door, Jesus. Yes. We get literal around here with the jokes. Because when things are this bad, how do you not? Na zdrowie. I. Well, that wanted to punch me in the throat for some reason. And still is. What the hell? Excuse me. Maybe I just had an air bubble. Anna knows me. She refracts my darkness and turns it into brilliant light. I shake my head at my fanciful thoughts. Flowery gray. Yeah, and what's he gonna do when, he's having a bad dream and fucking her doesn't make it go away? Because that day will come. Like, not to misuse the term, but I don't have a better one. He's kind of pink clouding here. Because he's turned her into the answer for every problem. She's his cure-all. Because E.L. James really does think that, quote unquote falling in love, because he's not in love with her. He just thinks he is. Um, but she does think that like finding your soulmate like cures mental illness, and that if you just love someone enough, that cures mental illness, which is, arguably one of the worst messages in these books. I mean, there's the whole like abuse equals love thing, and that consent doesn't exist. He thinks she can fix him. Yes, entirely. That's entirely what it is. Yeah. Because she's so different from all the other girls, and she's like nothing he's ever known, and she doesn't put up with his crap, except that she always does. And, so yeah. Because when she came to him, she was a naive virgin, literally. She has the born yesterday trope, which E.L. James really likes the born yesterday trope because it's in the other book, and it's more aggressive in that one. Like she doubled down on it in that one. She really, really did. But yeah, and it's just like, yeah, what's gonna happen the day that she's not the answer to everything that's wrong with him? Do we think she survives? I don't. Kids or no kids. Once she's, doesn't have the magic power that he thinks she has anymore, he's gonna very quickly discard her in some way. And then he'll pick up some other virgin that will be the new thing that is the cure to all of his problems. Because God knows his therapist is certainly not helping. Yes, I know, the therapist. That's why he's competing for the top spot. I do plan to have the rank video as opening next week. I should have time to get all the graphics together. But yeah, he's still competing for the top spot against a movie therapist that has an actual body count, so it's pretty bad. I still don't know which way I'm going to go on that. Most of the rest of them, I know where they fall, but top spot is still in contention. I'd highly doubt, because there's not that much left, but if we get one more scene with the therapist, I would actually like that, because it would help me decide. She's still here, in spite of all I've done. Yeah, that's the biggest what the fuck in this book. She's still here. The warmth of her love spreads through my veins. Reaching over, I squeeze her leg, then trail my fingers over her exposed flesh above her thigh highs, relishing the feel of her skin. I'm glad you didn't change. Hannah covers my hand with her own. Are you going to continue to tease me? I didn't know that's what I was doing. But hey, I'll play. Maybe. Why? Because I can. I beam at her. Two can play that game, she whispers. Okay, this is gonna get stupid. This is gonna get really stupid. And this is how teenagers think sex works, by the way. Yes, he's been saying that since book one. This is true. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah. Like this is just further proof he hasn't changed at all. Like, for all the lip service to, oh, he's changed, he's grown up, she fixed him, he's so much better now, because his family says it, her friends say it. They're all like, oh, he's such a different person, now he has you. And it's like, no, he's not. No, he is not. He has not changed in any way, shape, or form. He's still just an abusive douchebag. I move my fingers up her inner thigh. Bring it on, Mrs. Gray. Also, he's like driving, I'm pretty sure, while they're doing this, so not something to be doing while driving. I mean, I'm a hypocrite there, but I wasn't the one driving. She takes my hand and places it on my knee. Well, you can keep your hands to yourself, she says primly. As you wish, Mrs. Gray. I cannot hide my smile. I love playful Anna. Ha! I love Anna, period. Oh, God. E.L. James just forgot the part where she needs to show the reader each chance. Yes, this is true. She really is one of those authors that is so addicted to the tell, don't show. Because that's how all of her books are. She just has either one of the main characters or one of the side throwaway characters say, like, oh, Anastasia, you're so different. You're more this, this, and this than I've ever seen you. And even though none of that is backed up by what's in the book, she genuinely thinks that just having, like, the best friend character say, oh, you're so different now, that is, like, the way of showing the audience because this person would know. And it's like, no, you have to show that. You have to show her actually being different from herself, which means you have to first establish who she is as a person, and then show those personality traits like being tested or being in conflict in some way. So she has to like change or grow or, you know, find new skills, whatever. But you have to show that. There has to be a struggle. There has to be conversations. They don't talk ever. Yeah, the only way he's changed is that he takes off work. Yeah, he officially takes the day off now instead of just sitting in his office email fighting with his girlfriend all day while still doing nothing. It's almost like E.L. James was inspired by a truly terrible writer. Almost. Yes, and slight spoiler alert, inspired other terrible writers. But we'll get to that. I will post a picture in my Discord as well. I'm going to post the front and back covers. How is it only 9 o'clock? It feels like 3 in the morning. No, it's mostly because I'm hungry. Not having a working stove and no cash kind of sucks. But day after tomorrow's a Monday. I'm hoping my building will do something about it. Stopping at the gates to our house, I press the entry code into the keypad. The metal gate swings slowly open, creaking in protest at being disturbed. They need replacing. I'll get around to it eventually. Speeding along the driveway, I wish I'd taken the top down on the car. The tall grass in the meadow is golden beneath the September sun, and the trees lining the drive are all decked in colors of the coming fall. The sound in the distance is a brilliant blue. It's idyllic. Why do I have a feeling that the actual Sound River is not a pretty clean blue because most rivers are not? Most rivers look like the chocolate river from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And it's ours. As the lane meanders around a wide curve, the house appears surrounded by a number of Elliot's construction trucks. It's hidden behind scaffolding, and several of Elliot's crew are at work on the roof. I park outside the portico, switch off the engine, and turn to Anna. Let's go find Elliot. Okay, your brother is the head of the company. Why would he be on site? Even if it's yours, like, why would he be there? Did you call and see if he's there? Did you call and ask him to meet you to go over stuff? Like, I'm buzzing to see what he's accomplished so far. Is he here? I hope so. I'm paying him enough. No, you're paying a company that he runs. You're the head of your company and you're not there right now. She laughs and we both exit the car. Yo, bro. Oh, God. He's going to be insufferable till the end. I hear Elliot shout, but I can't see him. Up here. I scan the roofline, grateful that I'm wearing aviators against the glare of the sun. And there he is, waving at us. His grin rivals the Cheshire Cat. About time we saw you here. Stay where you are, I'll be right down. Yeah. Guy who runs the construction company is not going to be on the roof of your house. I reach out to Anna and she takes my hand. And while we wait, we study the exterior of what will become our home. It's bigger than I remember. Plenty of room for our child. Yeah, what do you bet he goes like psycho trying to get this like finished by the time the baby comes because we still don't know exactly how pregnant she is. That was never answered. So she could be as much as like 3 to 4 months at this point, theoretically. So, yeah, trying to finish a whole house remodel where you tore down part of the structure as well. Yeah, good luck getting that done in under a year, no matter who's pregnant. My wayward thought surprises me. Finally, Elliot appears at the front door, caked in grime but still wearing his broad grin. He's clearly over the moon that we're here. Hey, bro. He pumps my hand like he's trying to drag water from the deepest well. And how are you, little lady? He grabs Anna and swings her around. Okay, don't do that to a pregnant woman unless you want to risk her puking on you. Better, thanks, she says, laughing. A little embarrassed, I think. Dude, quit manhandling my wife. Her ribs are bruised. Oh, I'd forgotten about that. Oh, serious. Ow. Yeah. He sets her down and I scowl at him. Asshole. But he ignores me. No one is raining on his parade today. Let's head over to the site office. You'll need one of these. He slaps the hard hat perched on his head. Yeah. They are standing in front of an active construction zone with, work going on the roof. So maybe somebody on the ground should have been like, hey, sir, ma'am, you can't just walk up here. This is a construction site. And who are you? And there's safety concerns. You need to stay back. Because I've walked past many a house that's being restored because where I live there's hundreds of Victorian houses, so there's always construction because some of them are like 200, 250 years old. So yeah, there's a lot of work to be done, and believe me, you can't just walk up to them. Many people will stop you. Elliot gives us a thorough tour of the house, or what's left of it. It's almost a show. Yeah, didn't she say she wanted to keep most of the house? So when did it change to tearing down like half of it and gutting the inside to the studs? Like when did that decision get made? Because we didn't hear it. It sounds like you're destroying a very nice house. Meticulously, he explains the work in progress and how long each stage is going to take. When he's in his element like this, he's so engaging. Both Anna and I listen rapt. The back wall at the rear has disappeared. This is where Gia Mateo's glass wall will be. And the view is spectacular. Okay, I'm sorry, but glass walls on the exterior of your home are a shitty idea. Not only are they like bad structurally, you're going to have massive heating and cooling problems because there's no insulation. And again, privacy. And you would think a guy who has been so concerned about the paparazzi following them around and tabloid reporters and keeping his wife off the front page, how much easier do you think it's going to be for people to get pictures of her walking around your kitchen naked when the entire back wall of the house is made out of glass? And we know his security is shit because, crazy stalker girl was able to break into his house multiple times after he was aware that she was doing it. So again, you'd think guy who kind of values his privacy and security wouldn't be okay with the glass wall. There are a few sales out on the Sound, and I'm tempted to go down to the Grace after our visit here. But that's not such a good idea given Anna's recent injuries. She's still recovering and needs to take it easy. Well, also in September, it's going to be very, very cold out on the water. Hopefully, we'll be finished by Christmas, Elliot declares. Next year, I interject. There's no way we'll be done by Christmas. I was going to say, dude, that's in like 2.5 months. I'm sorry, you're not finishing this entire house in like 8 weeks. No way in fucking hell. We'll see. With a fair wind, it's doable. No, it's really not. Like, it's really, really not. In the kitchen, he concludes our tour. I'll leave you two to roam. Be careful. This is a building site. Okay, again, any decent contractor not going to be okay with you just wandering around. No way in hell. They would never let you just wander an active construction site with all its hazards by yourself. Hell no. They don't even want you in the house. We can talk outside. This is what the on-site office is for. Sure. Thanks, Elliot. My brother gives us a cheery wave and heads up to the covered staircase to join his construction crew. Back on the roof. I take in his hand. Happy? She gives me a dazzling smile. Very. I love it. You? Ditto. When has he ever said that? She must have been watching Ghost. Good. I was thinking of the pepper pictures in here. Anna points to one of the walls. I nod in agreement. I want to put up Jose's portraits of you in this house. You need to decide where they should go. Oh my god. Would you want to live in a house that has 6-foot-high photographs of your face taken without your knowledge and consent all over the place? Okay, what the hell? What is blowing up my phone? No. Yeah, no, I don't think I could sleep if there were giant black and white photos of my face all over my house. Ugh. That's just creepy. Would that not make you feel like you're dead? Am I the only one having this thought? Like, it's got a very mausoleum vibe to it. Like, if they were giant family portraits, or he wanted to blow up their wedding photo really big and put that over the mantle, I get that. I could get behind that. I wouldn't like it necessarily because I'm not one for, photos, but just me and like, ugh, no. Yeah, I'm with Joe. Hell no. Hell no. Nope. Creepy. Nope. You gotta feed kitties, Joe. Feed them good. Scritch the ears and rub the belly. Oh, I hear a puppy. I hear a puppy. I think he may be about to join us. He's been resting up. He had a lot of barking to do today. There was a vacuum and 2 different delivery guys. Not for me, but for other people, including the one. There's a FedEx delivery guy. Like, I never get anything from FedEx because I hate FedEx, but the guy across from me works for a kitchen supply place, so he gets sent like samples of like stuff to try out all the time. So he gets FedEx a lot. Like, I've signed for stuff for him a lot. And there's this one FedEx guy that Bo just doesn't like, which is the weirdest thing in the world to me because Bo likes everybody. He's the world's friendliest dog. He's like, how old is Bo? He's like 12 years old. And I have never, ever, 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 ever seen him not like somebody. But when this one particular FedEx guy is in our hallway, Bo growls, which until recently he barely knew how to do because he'd never done it. Now the other day when he growled at him today, he actually sounded like he was growling. It was a real growl. And he sustained it for more than 3 seconds. He sustained it for about 30 seconds. A real, like, you better be afraid of me and back up growl. He's never done that in his life. And he had his big dog, like, I'm trying to be intimidating, you better go away from me because I'm really scary bark, which is also greatly improved. he almost sounds like he means it now. But yeah, he does not like this driver at all. He's just like, nope, you get the hell away from me. You get away from my house. You don't come near me. You don't knock on my door. I'm a very ferocious doggy. It's so bizarre for him to act like that. Oh, believe me, yeah, I'm paying attention to it. I had to sign for that guy a couple times, and I was like, you know, let's just say there may have been a knife in one of my hands concealed. Because yeah, I heed the doggy. If the world's friendliest dog, and you've all seen Bo, he's the friendliest dog in the history of ever. Like, if he's doesn't like you, I'm wondering how many bodies you have in the basement. Because he loves everybody. And it's occurring to me I forgot to feed him earlier because he has some kibble, but he could probably use more. You know what, Bo, when I get up to go to the bathroom in like a half an hour, I will promise to put some food in your dish. He's not starving. He had a full dish already today. And believe me, if he was hungry, he knows how to come and tell me. Or he just pushes the dish with his nose and makes it scrape on the floor in a really annoying sounding way. That's also his, hey, I need food, human. So, he's perfectly fine. Hi, Cecile! So good to see you! I'm glad you can make it! And one UPS guy that our dog hated, would not let him out of the truck. Oh, no! Oh! Yeah, that's a little much. Bo stayed behind me and kept growling and like barking, and sometimes whining slips through, but that's just because he's learning. He's not very good at being the assertive, aggressive doggy, and he heard us talking about him, so now here he is. Because we can't have a live stream without featuring the puppy. I know. Hi. Hey, what are you doing? You don't lick when I have makeup on. You know that. I know, I forgot. I know, it's okay. Now he's like, oh no, I'm in trouble. You're not in trouble, I promise. I promise you're not in trouble. Look at. Oh, and of course he muted me, because that's what he does. Either that or he has a serious health problem. There have been multiple times where patients' dogs growl or act weird, and it turns out they have cancer. Well, I seriously hope not, because he's my last pet, and when he dies, I can't replace him. And I'll be petless and go crazy. No, I think he just doesn't like this guy. But he does have a habit of pressing the mute button because, why am I paying attention to you people when, like, the look he's giving me says, like, all the attention should be on me. Of course, all the attention should be on me. Why are you paying attention to anybody else, mommy? I don't like it. I'm the center of the universe. I'm the only thing. Oh, the humans had cancer. Oh, so that's why they were growling. Oh. Okay, because they were sensing, like, you're diseased. Get away from me. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Maybe that's it. Hmm? Can you tell me? Can you tell me, huh? Can you tell me? He says no, it's doggy classified. Top secret. Mm-hmm. He's just giving me such I love you face right now. Little baby. Oh, okay. Look at the baby. Everyone look at the baby. Yes, baby that's gonna go on his pillow and be a good boy. I'm sure he'll come back up in a few minutes because that's what he does when he's settling for a nap and he wants to lick my mouth so very badly right now. I know you want to lick mommy to show how much you love me. And he muted me again. Because of course he did. And saying, I know you want to lick because that's how you show your love. I know. But I know that you love me. So you go snuggle on your pillow. Yes, you go snuggle on your pillow, okay? Okay, say bye everyone. Bye bye. Sponsor a duck. Hmm. See, I lie to him and tell him that if you guys sponsor a duck, he gets to eat it. Look how squishy he is. This is usually where he is at night. He curls up just like this, wrapped up in a blanket like a burrito. And then I cuddle him. And then he's very happy. No, he does need a bath very soon. Because he's kind of stinky. Yes, I know. Bath is a 4-letter word, I know. You need to decide where they should go. Her cheeks stain that delicious shade of pink. Somewhere I won't see them often. Yeah, how about we put them in your man cave in the basement? Don't be like that. I brushed my thumb across her bottom lip. They're my favorite pictures. I love the one in my office. Then please put all of them in your office. I would be perfectly okay with that. Hell, put them all over your building, because I'll never be there. Oh, that would be creepy in a different way. I have no idea why. She pouts and kisses the pad of my thumb. How does she make kissing so awkward? Worse things to do than look at your beautiful smiling face all day. Hungry? Hungry for what? She peers at me with the come hither look that I know so well. Okay, you're not going to find a quiet place to fuck in this house. And if you do it in the car, people are going to see you. Oh, baby. I can only take so much of this. Food, Mrs. Gray. I kiss her quickly. She pouts and sighs. Yes, these days I'm always hungry. 3 of us can have a picnic. 3 of us? Is someone joining us? I drop my head to one side. Forgotten someone, Anna? In about 7 or 8 months, I murmur. Okay, so are we saying she's literally like 4 to 5 weeks pregnant? Is this what we're saying? Because I'm sorry, but that is way too early for them to be talking like this. Way, 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 way too early. She grins goofily at me. There's a word that shouldn't be a word. Yeah, him. Again, assuming the baby is a boy. You don't know that. I thought you might like to eat al fresco, I suggest casually. In the meadow? Oh god, you could not ask me to do a worse thing. Grass and bugs and, like, snakes and no fucking way. Sure. Anna lights up, and I feel 10 feet tall for thinking of bringing a picnic. We have so much space and privacy here? There's a construction crew of like 40 people crawling all over the house. How in the hell do you think you have privacy? This will be a great place to raise a family. And gaze down at my wife. Junior will be happy here. The meadow is his backyard. Yeah, you're going to need a really big fence. I reach out and spread my hand over her belly. Hannah's breath hitches, and she places her hand on mine. It's hard to believe, I whisper. I know. Oh, here. I have evidence. A picture. You do? Baby's first smile? Okay, that better be a joke or he's more clueless than we thought. Though he probably is. Completely fucking clueless. From her wallet, she produces a black and white image on a shiny paper and hands it to me. See? Okay, I'm calling bullshit because I know a thing or two about this. If she is, in fact, only like 5, maybe 6 weeks pregnant, I am 99% certain they cannot see the, you know, embryo, whatever stage it's at, zygote. They can't see that on an ultrasound yet. Especially, remembering, this is 14 years ago. So, I know imaging technology has come a long way quite recently, but back then, I am pretty certain, that 14 years ago, you weren't picking up anything on an ultrasound on somebody who is only 5 or 6 weeks pregnant. You ain't seeing jack. Because it's too tiny. Like, I'm fairly sure I'm right about this. It would see a sack with a blip. Don't say blip. That's what she keeps calling it. Little blip. Oh, if that's where E.L. James got that, because it makes some kind of a sound on the ultrasound or something. Definitely a sack. I assume that's like the placenta forming. I don't know that much about pregnancy. I've never been pregnant. And somebody recently convinced me to give away all my What to Expect If You're Expecting books. And yes, I actually had that one and several others because there was a point in time when, was considering getting knocked up, which is the only way I can put it because that's what it was. But that ship has sailed. So it was good to get rid of the books. They were taunting me. Though it does not explain the very disturbing dream I had last night. I actually, for the first time in my life, like this is maybe the 7th dream my whole life that I actually kind of remember. I actually had a dream that I was pregnant last night. I woke up very, very fucking disturbed. Very disturbed. So I was like, I was in like massive pain, which I'm having massive bad cramps that have gotten worse now. I'm in menopause and I desperately need a doctor, which I am working on slowly and not as fast as I should, but I'm working on it because I need help because the cramps are, feeling like stabbing for a few seconds is okay. Feeling like I'm being stabbed for 6 minutes is not. But I had this crazy ass dream last night where I was at some doctor's office, some hospital, whatever, something, because of the pain and the cramps, and they tell me that I'm like 7 to 8 months pregnant. And I didn't know, which it's impossible. How the fuck do you not know? But this was the crazy ass dream. And then it was like trying to do the math of like who did you sleep with, which in real life was nobody. It would be the Immaculate fucking Conception. What is it? I can't remember YouTube words. My TV went off and I didn't notice because my daughter was in massive pain. Didn't know why until I saw the bathroom. She didn't know periods came with cramping. Oh, poor girl. Oh, that would suck. I can't say I knew much, but and I have worse than most because I've PCOS and endometriosis, so yeah, they catch hell, especially now that everything's out of whack and hot flashes are a thing. This is why I need a doctor, because I need like some kind of whatever kind of like hormone stabilizing whatever the fuck they got. I need it between the like literally curled up on the floor, shaking, kind of pain and the hot flashes. Yeah, if medical science can take some of the edge off, well, am I suddenly very for drugs? But they used to have them when I was in school too. I got found on the bathroom floor a couple times and had to beg somebody not to call the teacher because, like, I didn't really know what was fully going on, but I knew periods came with cramps and I didn't want to be seen as like a drama queen. I didn't know there was anything actually wrong with me because I was like 13, 14, and I was like 19 before I was diagnosed with anything. So, but yeah, you just if you didn't know, oh god, you'd really think you were dying. You'd totally be pulling a Carrie. But, hot water bottle, heating pad, Midol. These are these are the essentials to life. I understand being relieved that it was, something expected but awful. You still gotta suck to see your kids suffering though, even when it's like, hey, welcome to being female. This is gonna happen for the next 50 years. The grainy photograph is mostly gray, but in the middle there's a small, dark void, and within that there's a tiny anomaly, anchored to the gray, but visible against the darkness. Oh, blip, I breathe in wonder. Yeah, I see. Our blip. Wow. Our tiny human. Baby Gray. Something has the puppy's attention. He's at the door and is contemplating barking. I had adenomas diagnosed at hysterectomy, which when your endometrium within the muscle layer of the myometrium described the pain as feeling like my insides are tearing out of me. Yep, been there, been there, been there, been there. I know exactly what that feels like. Yeah, same. Yeah. I have nearly passed out or actually passed out a couple dozen times. Actually passed out only like 2, maybe 3, but almost passed out a couple dozen, including yesterday and earlier today. But that's just how it is right now. Like, a lot of the things that I haven't had since I was a teenager are coming back now, and it's probably because, like, my hormone levels are unstable, like, when you're a teenager and just starting and your body doesn't really know what it's doing yet, and it takes, like, 6 months to a year to really even things out. But, if you have certain conditions, that never happens. It's also weird as I used to skip 6 months at a time without medical intervention or being on meds of some kind. I would easily go regularly 4 to 6 months without getting it, and now it's like all of a sudden, for the only time in my entire life, now it wants to make me bleed like at least a couple days every single month, and it's like, what the actual fuck? This is evil. This is just being evil for the sake of being evil. I also keep forgetting to Google how long does menopause last. Though I have a feeling there's going to be a like really unsatisfactorily vague answer to that question. Yeah. Ryan, you're lucky with all the, getting knocked out in MMA fighting that you have no signs of CTE. Very lucky. Because that can come on so subtly. And the fact that, like, so many, especially, like, starting in high school or even younger, aspiring major league athletes get taught by their coaches and by their families on, like, how to lie your way through being checked for a concussion because they don't want them to have a record, because at some point you will be stopped from playing or from fighting because it is too great a risk, and they don't want that, so they learn how to lie really young. No, not that I could actually answer the question of how many concussions I've ever had in my life. I know it's north of 6, but ask me to remember all of them? You better give me a minute. Also, how far back are we going? Is there a time limit? Do you mean within the last 10 years, 20 years, or do you mean like my entire life? Because that would really go back a ways. Baby Gray. And I'm surprised by a momentary pang of regret that I missed this moment with Anna. Yeah, because you were too busy calling her stupid and saying, "How dare you," and then going out and getting wasted with your abusive ex-mistress. "Your child," she whispers. "Our child," I correct her. "First of many." Excuse me. "Many? What?" "At least 2. Anna sounds hopeful. "2? Shit." See, here we go. Here we go. Dude, she's knocked up. Of course she's going to be thinking about all the babies right now. Do not take her seriously, because I promise you when she's giving birth to this child, she's going to scream at you that this is the only one you're ever having and you're never to touch me again. This is how it goes. Hi. Somebody's reminding me that he would like more food. I'm going to get to the end of this paragraph and then take 5 seconds to feed the puppy if nobody minds, but he's doing the "mommy, I'm hungry and I'm out of food" face. Okay. I got to read like 10 lines and then I will give you more food, okay? Okay? Can you have patience? I know I'm saying patience to a small furry thing. It's like saying it to a toddler, but puppy. Oh, you went 10 months not pregnant? I probably could have, but I wasn't allowed to. But, getting it at the end of 6 months, because what would happen for me is it would still build up, and then it would just all come out at once, so like 6 months all at once, and that's why I would be so horrifically ill. And I would get so pale that even my legally blind roommate who couldn't see color would be able to tell that, I'm normally this color and that I got pale. But yeah, I'd be curled up on the couch, like puking, passing out, couldn't stand up, couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, in horrific pain for days. It sucked. Always had a couple of days off school at least. Which thankfully I had my roommate to call for me and say she's not going to be there today or tomorrow. I have no idea what she said to them as to why, and I did not care. Can we just take this one child at a time? She smiles up at me fondly. Sure. I take her hand and together we walk back through the house and out the front door. It's such a beautiful afternoon. The sense of the sound and the meadow grass and the flowers hang in the air. My beautiful wife is beside me. It's heaven. And soon there'll be 3 of us. When are you going to tell your folks? I ask. Okay, still, it is really early to be telling people. Soon. I thought about telling Ray this morning, but Mr. Rodriguez was there. Anna shrugs. I nod. I get it, Anna. Lifting the hood of the R8, I gather up the wicker picnic basket and the tartan blanket that Anna bought from Harrods in London. Come. Hand in hand, we stroll into the meadow. When we're far enough from the house, I release her, and together we spread the blanket on the ground. I settle down beside her, shrug off my jacket, and slip off my shoes and socks. I take a moment just to breathe, taking in a lungful of fresh air. We're shielded by the long grass away from the world. I'm getting to you, puppy. I promise. Stop clawing my leg. Truly our own bubble. As Anna opens the picnic basket to inspect all the goodies that Mrs. Jones has provided, my phone vibrates. Shit. It's Roz. Okay, I have to feed the puppy before he claws my leg apart. I will be right back in 2 seconds. Oh, I remember Deadpool's blind roommate. She's awesome. I don't remember that actress's name, but she is fucking awesome. I love her. She's hilarious. Yes, I'm coming to feed you. Oh. Yes, go to the kitchen. Okay, yes, go crazy with the whining and the excitement. I know, yes. Oh. Okay, yes, I'm going. Stop pushing. I am coming. Stop whining. You are not starved. You literally just finished what was left in your bowl. You are not that hungry. There. I even put a pile on top for you, okay? Eat your kibble. Eat your kibble. Come on, eat your kibble, good boy. Oh, now what do you want, you crazy furball? What? What? No, I can't sit on the chair and cuddle you right now. You still have water? You have water. Yeah, he tried to get me to sit on the chair. Well, now I just heard him go to the food, because of course that's what he really wanted. And I need a refill. Excellent time to ask a girl to chug if anyone's so inclined. Don't drop. Do not fall down. Okay, pull the box a little too far forward. Yeah, it's great. I love her. I can hear him going crunch, 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 crunch. So yes, he was hungry, but he's far from starving. He's more well-fed than I am today. But cheers to drinking on an empty stomach. It works better. Thank you for answering my question, and glad to hear that Anna's on the mend, Roz says over the phone. Oh, yeah. No. Actually, I thought Deadpool was actually an older character than that, but yeah. Ryan Reynolds definitely... nobody else could play it. Like, he is perfect. He lobbied hard for it for a long time. And he got screwed over by the X-Men movies and then had to redouble his efforts, but... Ryan Reynolds was an extra on Saved by the Bell? Seriously? What do you bet that's been deleted from his IMDb page? It wouldn't surprise me, though. Those 90s teen shows, when they were big, anyone was on them. Like, go back to original Law & Order, not the relaunch that is now ongoing. Go back to, like, original Law & Order and, like, the first 15 seasons of Law & Order SVU. What are they up to, like, 27 now? I'm, like, 3 years behind. I gotta binge that and catch up. Because that is my show. That will always be my show. So it's not good that I'm behind. But... yeah, like, you'd be amazed the actors that have been in Law & Order. I mean, partially because I think everyone who's ever been an actor globally has been in Law & Order at this point. But And sometimes they have the same actor like 10 years apart because they'll be on as like a teenager, and then they'll come back 10 years later as an adult, and like, Dick Wolf just hopes you won't recognize them. You're welcome. It's the second time she's called and the third call I've had since we started our picnic. Turn your phone off. You shouldn't be so indispensable. I laugh. You flatter me. She really does. Excuse me, does. Because as we've established, he doesn't do fuck all at his own company. So he's not indispensable at all. Oz and Esther had the same casting directors? That tracks, actually. And also, did you know SVU shares a lot of cast with Oz because they were under the same production and shared a lot of crew, and so there are a number of people that appear, most notably I can't remember his name, I think it's J.K. Simmons, that plays Captain Kragen. He's one of the leads in Oz throughout the whole series. And likewise, early days SVU, well, he did 10 years on it and now has his own spin-off. Shout out to Chris Maloney, who also on Oz. And in season 1, there was the guy who played Ryan something in Oz. I forget his last name. The guy who played Ryan was also in the first season of SVU, but I think he chose to just stick to Oz because he was such a major character in it and probably just felt it was too much to do both. But yeah, if you look through the first, second season of Oz, you'll see most of the season 1, season 2 cast of SVU, including a number of like overlapping guest stars. Keller, that was Stabler's name in that show. Keller. Yeah. He was amazing. He was awesome. Dean Winters, thank you. Yes, Dean Winters is the actor who played Ryan. He's amazing. Though he was always much better at playing Ryan than he was playing the detective originally. Though he comes back, for anyone who doesn't know, like many, like probably 15 years later on SVU, he comes back for like 2 whole seasons. He dates Olivia. Ryan O'Reilly, that's what it was. Ryan O'Reilly. Yeah, he was, oh God, he was the most fun on that show. He was always the most fun. I swear they saved their best. Like, he was such a schemer, but you like rooted for him kinda. And then all the stuff with his brother where you just felt bad for the brother all the time. And also shout out to the actor playing his brother, who I've heard him in real life. He sounds nothing like the character of Serial. He sounds and looks nothing like the character of Serial. Like, you could easily convince people that the actor who played him is not the actor who played him because it's so different. Like, I didn't know how much until like years after the show ended, but my God, how did he not win all the Emmys? Yes, you're a puppy. I know, and you want to come up, but I'm supposed to be. Okay, you get 5-second cuddle, then you're going for a nap. Come here. He's just a baby who needs his post-meal cuddle. And then hopefully, now that you're all fed, yes, you're all nice and full. Oh my God, your belly's fat. Your belly is so fat right now. Why are you so fat? How much of the bowl did you eat? He says only half of it, Mommy. Only half the bowl. I only ate half my own body weight in kibble. I didn't eat too much. I didn't overeat. I didn't do that. No, I didn't do that. No. Oh, come here. Come here, you chubby fat little thing. Yes, okay. Now you need a nap. Now you're all nice and full. Your belly's nice and fat. You need a nap, okay? Yes, I know. I know you don't want to. No, I don't need a nap. I'm a baby. I don't need a nap. I don't need a nap. I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleepy. He's going to be asleep in 15 minutes. Okay, say good night, everyone. Yes, there's my sleepy baby. Yep, there it is. There it is. The eyes are starting to close. Yep. There it is. Yep, sleepy baby. Okay. All right, I'm going to put you down on your pillow and you're going to curl up and take a nap. Come here. Yes, there we go. There we go. And because I'm trying to do it 3 times a stream to get in the habit, and I may start putting some links in. By the way, there should be new content for my body cam channel coming out starting Monday, because tomorrow I plan to spend the entire day recording reacts to all the body cams that I have stacked up over the last 2 months. And so that will be on my Canadian Girl Reacts channel. But to remind everyone, we still have 4 random ducks for $10 each in our bag of random ducks. We still have 6 painted ducks that are on special tonight for $10 each because we're celebrating. So we have our lovely painted ducks on my knife box. I really need to find something better to present them on, but I like the knife box and it's handy because it's always here. We have for $25, I will put on these very real police issue handcuffs for the rest of the evening. And last but certainly not least, for $50, I will chug this entire glass of wine in one go, hopefully. That is my second mandatory shout out. Anna's lying beside me, half listening to my side of the conversation. Her brows pucker at my last remark. You should take a couple days off, I tell Roz. After all, you spent most of the weekend traveling back from Taiwan. By the way, has anybody noticed they didn't give Roz a day off after they nearly both died in a helicopter crash and then spent 8 hours walking back to Portland? People above me are still fucking screaming at each other. God. That's a great idea. I may take Thursday and Friday if that's okay with you. Sure, Roz, go for it. Will do. Thanks, Christian. Goodbye. I toss my phone down, and resting my hands on my raised knees, I regard my wife. She's lying beside me on our blanket, gazing up with a dreamy expression. Reaching over, I pluck another strawberry from what's left of Mrs. Jones's excellent picnic and trace it along Anna's mouth. She parts her lips and the tip of her tongue toys with the strawberry, then sucks it into her warm, wet mouth. Were you watching porn when you wrote this? Because this is like beneath the notice of porn. I feel it in my groin. If she blows him in the meadow, I reserve the right to puke. Tasty, I whisper. Very. Had enough? Of strawberries, yes. Her tone is low. Hannah, no one can see us here. Gray, behave. Okay, you are assuming a fuck ton if you think nobody can see you here. Like, I know he said they walked some distance into a meadow, but there's like 20 guys on the roof of your like 2, possibly 3-story house right now. Do you really think nobody can see you? Including your brother. At least it wasn't a warm mouth. Yes, true. Though I have a feeling in a minute it's about to be, and I'm not nearly drunk enough to handle that. Blowjob scenes are the worst. They're the absolute worst. Oh God, if the next book, I don't even know. By the way, I don't know if the next book has explicit sex scenes or not. I think it does. I don't. It is listed as erotica, so I'm assuming that it does. Oh God, if it's all about oral, I may have to buy over-the-counter sleeping pills or something. Actually, we don't have those here. God, why do I live in a country with such strict restrictions? By the way, one of the things that shocked the fuck out of me when I went to the States was walking down the pharmaceutical aisle and seeing the shit they can buy over the counter. Jesus Christ. And grin. Enough. I changed the subject. Mrs. Jones packs a mighty fine picnic. That she does. God, I miss my wife. All of her. Okay, again, nobody told you you couldn't do it. Nobody told you this. I lie down, gently resting my head on her belly, and close my eyes, trying not to think of all the things I'd like to do to her right now. Her fingers caress my hair. Oh, this is bliss. My BlackBerry starts buzzing again. Shit. It's Welch. What does he want? Dude, seriously, turn your fucking phone off. I answer, a little grumpy at the interruption. Welch? Mr. Gray, I have an update. It was Eric Lincoln of London Timber who paid Hyde's bail. Fuck. That motherfucking asshole. Oh yeah, that was revealed kind of in the movie. In the movie, they made it look like it was Elena, but I guess it was her husband, which it's left ambiguous as to whether that was it Elena's like urging, because they are divorced, supposedly on bad terms. But she may have gotten like him to do it to keep her name out of it. And like then we're supposed to say like what? Was she trying to use Hyde to kill Anastasia so that Gray would be devastated and come back to her? Because if that was the idea, it's not here. And it's certainly not in the movie. I think that's probably what E.L. James thought that she was hinting at. But again, she didn't actually write any of that. So it's pure speculation. I sit up. My senses switch to high alert as my anger takes hold. I'd like to place him under watch, unless you have any objection. We're back to Stalker Christian Grey. Here, here, here. We've come full circle. It started with him being an obsessive stalker, and we're ending with him being an obsessive stalker. Like, again, I don't know all the laws around it, but how legal is it? Which I have hired private eyes from time to time, but never to actually spy on anyone, only to do background and like information stuff, never to follow anyone or take pictures or anything, which I don't think is even legal here. But in the States, I have no idea what's legal or not and how far you can go. Oh, actually, I am recalling that somebody did once hire a private eye to take pictures of me, and they did, so yeah, but they also got run off by the police for taking pictures of an underage girl outside of school, so. Imagine everybody loved the show You, except for the ending. I only saw the first couple episodes of that because while I understand what they were going for, I thought it was horrifically lazy and very, 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 very poorly written. In other words, it was like a good idea undermined by stupid, lazy writing. It could have been something, but it wasn't aspiring to be much. And it's one of those shows that always shocked the fuck out of me that it got, what, like 5 or 6 seasons? And that anybody thought it was good? Because I'm sorry, it's not good. It's lazy, poorly written, sloppily connected, quite badly acted garbage. If they had a stronger leading actor, somebody who could actually pull off what the character's supposed to be, and I didn't think that one good kick to the balls would leave them whining on the sidewalk and they'd never bother me again, then I might have bought into it. But I'm sorry, the guy playing the lead was not the right choice. You need a certain menace behind you. You need an like subtle gravitas to play these kind of roles. And he just came off like a limp fucking noodle that I wouldn't give 5 seconds to. And if he tried to stalk or threaten me, I'm going to laugh at you until you go away, and you will. Shut the fuck up! I swear, I'm like 5 minutes from going up there and pounding on the fucking door. I don't care if they're having a fight or not. Shut the fuck up! "24/7, I snarl in agreement. How dare Lincoln get involved with Hyde? This is a declaration of war! Again, there's like 20 pages left in this, and we're getting this now? You couldn't have put this 50 pages earlier and had some time to develop it or have it go somewhere, pay off in some way? Because I promise you, this is the last we're going to hear about this. And there is no book that comes after this. Will do. I don't know what else he might have planned, or how the two of them are connected, but I'll find out. Okay, we're back to him just being too stupid to live. Because Elena knew about Hyde, you idiot. She's the connection, and obviously she doesn't want to let you go, and she holds a grudge. Thanks. He hangs up. I can barely contain my fury. Gripping my phone, I realize now is the moment for payback. Payback for what? Not another book yet. This is so. Because, and I found this week, I was looking for something else, and the way YouTube suggests stuff, I found just a clip, very short, like 1 minute long clip of E.L. James being interviewed by the guy who played Hyde years after the movies. I guess he was on some talk show, and so was she, or whatever. But he asked her outright if she was ever going to write another 50 Shades book. And this interview is fairly recent. It's within the last 2 to 3 years. And she pretty much said yes. She pretty much said that yes, there is a continuation of the 50 Shades series. Either that she has planned it or started writing it, I don't know. But she confirmed that she has more of the story in mind. And that we maybe haven't seen the last of the character of Hyde. My plans were laid long ago, and as the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. I give Anna a cool smile and call Roz. Revenge can be a dish best served cold, but hot and ready is also a good option. Christian, I thought you were enjoying your day off. I kneel up. I'm not calling for chit chat. Okay, stop being angry that people can't read your mind. I mean, I used to do it and I still do it, but at least I'm aware that it's not something you should do, and I try to self-correct. Roz, how much stock do we own in Lincoln Timber? Why would you be invested in that company? Let me check. She's all business. We hold 66% between all the shell companies. Okay, how do you own 66% of your ex-mistress's ex-husband's company? And by the way, do I even have to say that him having shell companies means he's shady AF? Ugh, Jesus. Excellent. Again, this all would have fit so much better 100 pages ago, where it has space to go somewhere, but no. So, consolidate the shows into GEH Then fire the board. All of them? Has something happened? Except the CEO. Christian, that doesn't make sense. I don't give a fuck. She gasps. There'll be no company left. What can the CEO do? If you want to liquidate this company, this isn't the way. I hear you. Just do it, I growl, keeping a lid on my anger. She sighs, sounding resigned. They're your shares. She's not going to argue further. I'm pretty sure that's not how anything works. Just because you are the majority shareholder and you're willing to reveal that you probably did some very illegal stock trading to get to 66% of another company and did so by buying probably more shares than you're allowed to by using shell companies, the second you consolidate that, isn't he in a massive FEC breach? Aren't they going to notice that he somehow managed to become majority stakeholder or shareholder, whichever applies, and basically own 2/3 of a company he doesn't own by buying it through a myriad of other companies, again, to hide the fact that he's buying more of the stock than he's allowed to? That's not going to rain unholy hell on him and all of his other shady business dealings? And again, I don't give a fuck if you are the majority shareholder. That doesn't give you the right to fire the board. That's not how anything works. You're still not the head of the company. You don't own it. You're not in charge of fuck. You're an investor. That is it. Richard Beamer, why do I know that name? Yeah, I do get that as a writer, it is hard to see your own flaws. I am a writer. I probably have huge blind sides, but I'm not this bad. I know when stories need to be, plots need to be earlier so you have time to actually appreciate them and develop them. But that is seriously not how anything in the stock market world freaking works. Not even close. West Side Story, original Twin Peaks. I saw some Twin Peaks. Iowa Recluse, you lived in Iowa for 10 years? Oh, that's cool. I never begrudge anybody the right to like what they like. If you like it and it works for you, then that's great. And, nobody can tell you not to like a show or, even if it is poorly written and really cheesy. I mean, I'm guilty of liking some cheesy stuff, certainly. Who isn't? But I do question how this made several $billions. Thank you, I reply, feeling a little calmer. I'll get Marco on it. Keep me informed. When I hang up, Anna's wide-eyed. What happened? She whispers. Excuse me. Link. Link? Elena's ex? The same. He's the one who posted Hyde's bail. Anna's mouth drops open in shock. Well, he'll look like an idiot, she says, dismayed. I mean, Hyde committed another crime while out on bail. Yeah, that's really the point here. As ever, Anna has a smart response. No, that was actually pretty weak and pathetic. Fair point, well made, Mrs. Gray. What did you just do? She kneels up to face me. I fucked him over. She shivers. That seems a little impulsive. I'm an in the moment kind of guy. I'm aware of that. I've had this plan in my back pocket for a while, I explain. A hostile takeover. Except that's not what you said at all, and that's not going to be the result of anything. Oh. Hannah tilts her head, her gaze demanding answers. I debate whether to tell her. God forbid he actually give her critical information. No. Hell, she knows everything about Elena anyway. I take a deep breath and shoot her a warning look. This is rough, Anna. Several years back, when I was 21, Link beat his wife to a pulp. He broke her jaw, her left arm, and 4 of her ribs because she was fucking me. And now I learn he posted bail for the man who tried to kill me, kidnapped my sister, and fractured my wife's skull. I've had enough. I think it's payback time. My mind drifts to that awful moment when he beat me too. I thought he'd dislocated my jaw. My hand moves to my chin as I recall the disturbing incident. Okay, seriously, you couldn't just, prosecute him for beating the shit out of you and Elena? You could have done that. I lost consciousness for a few minutes, and it was enough time for him to do his worst to Elena. And I did nothing. I was too shocked, too dazed. Him. Grace, stop. Now. Okay, so now we're gonna get, he's having flashbacks to his mother. He couldn't save her from the pimp. He couldn't save Elena from her husband. Not that that was his responsibility or anything, but again, these are the kind of things you don't leave until the last 15 pages. You can't watch 24 because Jack Bauer sucks at rear naked chokeholds? I get that, though. That's why I had to drop out of Walking Dead. Because at the end of the first season, they did the dumbest possible thing that you can do in a sci-fi show, which is they try to use real science to justify their science fiction bullshit when they had the scene, minor spoilers, when they had the scene of a person dying and then turning into a zombie inside an MRI scanner. So it showed, it was supposedly on the entire time, which is not how any of that works. And was recording their brain activity as it ceased when they died. And then it reanimates, lighting up a portion of the brain. Only the problem was it only lit up about half the brain stem, meaning that person is still very, very dead and would not be able to do fuck all that we saw zombies throughout the first season doing, i.e. walking, making noise, having a sense of smell, some sense of sight and hearing, being able to move their arms, even pick up and manipulate objects. Originally, some had some lingering memory. They did away with that quite quickly, but the amount of the brain they showed reigniting would not have accomplished any of that. It wouldn't have done anything at all. And that's where I was like, okay, you done fucked up now. Don't try to use real science to explain your science fiction bullshit. You just look more like bullshit. Okay? And you don't need to. That's the fun of sci-fi. You don't have to use real science to try and explain it. Nobody is asking for that. So that's when I was like, nope, you crossed the stupid line too far. I mean, it's already a pretty stupid series. I'm sorry, anyone who thinks it's smart, it's not. It's catastrophically horrible. It's compelling because it's end of the world and there's family drama, and they ripped off 28 Days Later Royale, which is actually a good movie. I need to see the third one, though I didn't hear good things, so I'm kind of sus. Because even the second one in the 28 Days series was good. It was good. As good as the first, I think, but they're good in different ways. Is what it is. They're good in different ways. I mean, was the second one your standard sequel? Yes. But it was still, for being a sequel, it was pretty darn good. I put it ahead of a lot of original horrors, that's for sure. I hate inaccurate science, even in Marvel movies, if they go to other planets, so many issues. Yeah, I know. It shatters the disbelief, right? It wrecks your fun when they take themselves too seriously, which is why you can't do that in some shows. There is such a thing of a functional MRI when it comes to measuring brain activity. Can that be left on like indefinitely for hours though? Because in the show it was left on indefinitely for like 12 hours, constantly scanning and showing real-time images of brain activity. Is that how that works? Because if that's how that works, I will apologize for saying the tech doesn't work, but the results are still stupid. Hannah's face is pale. Fair point, well made, Mr. Gray, she says. Anna, this is what I do. I'm not usually motivated by revenge, but I cannot let him get away with this. What he did to Elena, well, she should have pressed charges, but she didn't. That was her prerogative. My jaw tenses. But he seriously crossed the line with Hyde. Lynx made this personal by going after my family. I'm going to crush him. Break up his company right under his nose and sell the pieces to the highest bidder. I'm going to bankrupt him, so he's back to being Richard Gere and Pretty Woman, which I resisted the urge earlier to say that them having the picnic in the meadow with the tartan blanket is literally lifted from Pretty Woman, including him being on his cell phone all day until she takes it away, including him taking his shoes and socks off. It's a scene in Pretty Woman when they're playing chess one night and he's like, it's late, I have work tomorrow, and she's like, why don't you not go to work tomorrow? And he's like, take the day off? I do own the company. And then it transitions to them just hanging out for a day, including having a picnic in a meadow somewhere where it's exactly as described in this book. But this is hardly the first time this entire series has ripped off literally every single scene from Pretty Woman. All of them. I guess in theory they could. MRIs take much longer too. Yeah, I think. Which one? Is MRI the one that needs contrast dye or is that a CAT scan? I can't remember. Because one of them I was supposed to have once, but I'm deathly allergic to the contrast. So they couldn't. And for some reason, even though my doctor knew that, he knew that I was allergic to it, he still scheduled it. And it wasn't until I actually got there at the hospital, because I didn't know. And they asked me, like, have you ever had this before? Are you allergic to it? And I was like, oh, yeah, I nearly died from that. And they were, I'll never forget the nurse just going, what? Like, she literally did the rapid blink thing a couple of times. It was like, what? And I was like, yeah, you have my chart. It'll be in there. Highly allergic to this. And she flipped a couple of pages and was like, oh, let me go check something. Her eyes were like huge. MRI is the one with Dyson. That's the one I couldn't have. Yeah. Yeah. Or I think they might have done it just without the contrast, which I know they can do, but it just doesn't work as well. I think they may have wound up doing that a couple of weeks later. The Chappelle Show did a real life version of Pretty Woman. Oh, I'm gonna have to find that. He was funny back in the day. You don't need contrast for either, but iodine-based dyes for TTs and gadolinium for MRIs. Okay, then it's the CT that I couldn't have because it's the iodine-based thing that I couldn't have. Yeah, so it's a CT scan I couldn't have. But they did try it later without the contrast, and I guess it worked well enough. I don't really know. I don't really remember. I was like maybe 16. When I sleep, I'm gonna stump you on Charm starting Tuesday. All right, gauntlet accepted. What do you think I'm gonna be doing till then? I'm gonna be brushing up on my Charmed. Because, like I said, that shows pride of place for me. So you throw down a gauntlet like that, you better be prepared to deliver. But sounds like a good time. I love trivia. This is why I want that, what is it, Jackbox Murder Party, like, 6? I think it's the 6th one, I don't even know if it's still on Steam, but it has that, murder trivia game that Artie plays sometimes. I love it, and I want it so much because I would just play it endlessly. Can't buy it. And and a guess. Besides, I add, trying to lighten the tone, we'll make good money out of this deal. She blinks several times, and I wonder if she's seeing me in a whole new light. Not a good one. Well, if she is, this is a lousy time for her to finally see that you're a monster. Though in this one, he's probably justified. Should have done it a long time ago. Shit. I didn't mean to frighten you. You didn't, she whispers. I arch a brow. Does she mean that, or is she trying to make me feel better? You just took me by surprise, Anna concedes. I cup her face in my hands and brush my lips against hers. I'm not sorry, Anna. I will do everything to keep you safe. Keep my family safe. Keep this little one safe. I place my hand on her belly and Anna's breath hitches. Her eyes meet mine in her blue depths, her desire smoldering, calling to me. Fuck. I want her. She's so enticing. I slip my fingers a little lower, brushing her sex through her clothes with the tips of my fingers, teasing her. Anna pounces, grabbing my head, entwining her fingers in my hair and tugging my lips to hers. I gasp in surprise and her tongue is instantly in my mouth. Desire, hot and heavy, travels at light speed all the way to the end of my cock. We just couldn't get out of this without him referencing his cock again. Damn, I'm hard. I groan and return her kiss, my tongue tangling with hers. It's been so long. It's been at most 4 days. God, who is dying without sex after 4, maybe 5 days? Who is that horny all the time? Jesus. I mean, I'm literally sitting here trying to recall the last time I actually had sex with another actual person in the room. Online doesn't count. Mutual masturbation doesn't count. Doing it alone doesn't count. Actual another person physically in the room, in the bed doing it. And I'm going back a long ass ways. I'm 38 years old and I am dialing back to maybe 24. Might have been a little less than that. Yeah. So I've gotten 10 to somewhere between 12 and 14 years. And I'm fine. That is eons for Gray. Yeah, he is used to getting some 3-4 times a day. Who has that kind of stamina? Or time? And also, if you're the girl and you're being used that much, your vagina's gonna object pretty quickly. It's gonna be like, hey, you're gonna pound me like that? I need some recovery time. The taste of her, the feel of her, she's everything. Anna, I breathe in longing against her lips. I'm bewitched, my hands moving undirected over her beautiful behind to the hem of her skirt and the soft flesh of her thighs. Thank all that is holy for this short skirt. Her hands start to unbutton my shirt, as ever all fingers and thumbs. and for a moment her fumbling fingers distract me. Whoa! Anna, stop! With enormous restraint, I pull back and grab her hands. No, she cries, distraught, her teeth clamp over her lower lip. No! She's insistent, darkening blue eyes staring at me with longing. She releases me. I want you. They're going to do it in the field with everybody watching. Hi, puppy. You're supposed to be asleep. And I'm getting behind, so I really need you to go to sleep. Can you do that? Can you go to sleep? Okay, can you go to sleep for mommy, please? Okay, you're all warm. You are under your puppy bed being perfectly happy and a puppy. Why did you need to wake up? Did you have a bad dream? Huh? Did you have a bad dream? Did the evil vacuum get you? Because all vacuums are evil. You know, all small, furry, four-legged things know that vacuums are evil. You're okay. Look at the sleepiness. Sleepiness of the puppy. Yes, you just need a hug. You just need a hug, my little baby. I love you so much. Yeah. No, you look so cute. You look so cute right now. I just want to cuddle you. I know you don't want me to put you down. I know, you look so sweet. Yes, you look so sweet right now. You're so cute. You're so cute. Look at you. Look at you. Yeah, he's so tired. He's so sleepy. Little knucklehead. He's so sleepy. Yeah. Oh, I love you, baby. You're so sleepy. Yeah. You're so sleepy. Okay, time for sleep. Okay, go back under your puppy bed. Be nice and warm. Okay. Be nice and warm. Yeah. Okay, back under your puppy bed. You're a good boy. And I love you. Yes. Mommy loves you. You're a good boy. Rub the belly. Good boy. Okay, back to sleep. Good baby. He's very cute. It's how he gets away with things. You have so many cats. Oh, I lost my last kitty about a month ago. I miss having kitties so much. Part of me has a delusional notion of getting a kitten for New Year's, but it's like, no. Cost of a kitten, cost of litter tray, cost of litter, cost of kitten food. No. Your kitties have probably decided the vacuum is too afraid of them to come near them. Therefore they don't have to be worried about it. It's sufficiently intimidated. You have 7 kitties? I'm so jealous. Can I have 3 of them? Can't believe I've lost 4 pets in the last 2.5 years. Gone from having 5 to 1. Anna, you're hurt. My body agrees with Anna. Please, I need you. It's a heartfelt plea. Oh, fuck. This is not the first time she's begging him for sex, literally begging him for sex. Which, I'm sorry, but... Yeah, losing a dog is too hard. That was the first one that went, was my emotional support dog of 15 years. And he died very, suddenly. There was no warning. And then lost all 3 of the kitties. Now I just have Bo. And whenever I lose him, that's the last of the pets. First time since I'm 16 I don't have a cat. Hi, I just petted you, and then you went to drink some water. So you're sufficiently cuddled for now, so you're not coming back up. I'm sorry. We'll give your ears a scritch, but you need to lay down on your pillow and curl up. Yes, I know you know this, and you're doing the look. I'm being good. I'm doing as I'm told. Can I cuddle now? It's like the second you put them down, they forget you just cuddled them. I'm done. I concede, overcome by her ardor and my need. I groan and my mouth finds hers. They're gonna fuck in the field with everybody watching. Kissing her and tasting her once more. Cradling her head, I run my hand down her body to her waist and gently ease her onto her back and stretch out beside her. We kiss and kiss, lips and tongues locked, reacquainting ourselves with each other. When I come up for air, I stare down into eyes dazed with passion. You're so beautiful, Mrs. Gray. Her fingers strum my face. So are you, Mr. Gray. Inside and out. Oh, I'm not, that's for sure. Truth. Her fingers trace the line of my brow. Don't frown, she whispers. You are to me even when you're angry. She says the sweetest things. I moan and kiss her once more and revel in her response, her body rising to meet mine. I've missed you. My words are inadequate, no match for the feelings behind them. She is the world to me. I skim my teeth over her jaw. I've missed you too, oh Christian. Her passion spurs me on, and I run my lips along her throat, leaving soft, wet kisses in their wake, and I unbutton her shirt and tug it open to kiss the soft swell of her breasts. Sweet Jesus, they're bigger already. Okay, at what point in what actual point in pregnancy do his boobs get bigger? 'Cause I'm pretty sure it's not instant. I mean, do my boobs get higher and rounder and a little firmer when I'm extremely hormonal? Yes. Do half my bras not fit during these days? Yes. And some shirts? Yes. Your body's changing, I murmur in appreciation and rub my thumb over her bra, coaxing her nipple awake until it's begging for my lips. I like. Did I say that out loud? Yeah, most guys do. I don't know. I don't care. I'm just so enamored of my wife. I nuzzle her breast with my nose and my tongue through the white gossamer of her bra. As her nipple strains for release, I use my teeth to drag down the cup, freeing her breast. Her nipple puckers in the gentle breeze, and I draw it slowly into my mouth and suck hard. If it was anyone but him doing this, I would probably be turned on by this. Ah! Anna groans and flinches beneath me. Fuck, her ribs. I stop immediately. Anna, Tam, this is what I'm talking about. Your lack of self preservation. I don't want to hurt you. He's gonna yell at her now? He's gonna berate her now? You fucking ass clown. Okay, 1 second. Up. Up. Because you are crossing the line into being an annoying little brat right now. You have been thoroughly cuddled. And I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. You're a very good doggy. But you need to go lay down. Okay? I know, you're sleepy and you're acting like an overtired toddler who wants all of mommy's attention. Yes. Yes, you are. But you need to go to sleep, Mr. Puppy. Okay, you're all fed and watered, and now it's sleepy time. Okay? Ryan! Oh, Jessica baby. Oh, yes, Jessica baby. Jessica baby, yes we are. Yes, we are. That's a good baby. Yes, you're a good baby, and Mommy loves you. Yes, we are. The boobs happen very early. Good little baby. Yeah. Okay, come here. Okay, come here. Come here. Okay. Time for you to lay down. Time for you to lay down. Okay. Okay. Time for you to lay down. Be a good boy. Okay. That's my good boy. Yeah. That's my good boy. There we go. There we go. Uh. And also, him saying I don't want to hurt you. Since when? That's what gets you off, dude. We've well established this. Desperate, blazing eyes meet mine. No, don't stop, she whimpers. Please. Shit. My whole body is screaming, don't stop. But, hell. Here. Carefully, I lift her and shift so she's sitting astride me, and my hands travel smoothly up her legs to the tops of her thigh highs. She's one hell of a sight, her hair falling towards me, eyes soft and full of desire, her breast free. There. That's better, and I can enjoy the view. Wouldn't her bouncing up and down on him be way more painful for bruised ribs than laying down? I hook my finger into the other bra cup, drag it down so that I have both her breasts to enjoy. As I take them in my hands, Anna groans and throws her head back, pushing them further into my palms. Oh, baby. I tug and tease each of her nipples, and they lengthen further beneath my touch until she cries out. I want her mouth, so I sit up so we're nose to nose, and I kiss her. My tongue and my fingers teasing and tantalizing her. Again, I don't think that works so well in practice. Anna's fingers are at my shirt again, scrambling to undo the remaining buttons. She's kissing me back with such fervor that I'm sure either one or both of us will combust. There's a desperation in her kiss. Hey. Gently I grasp her head and ease back. There's no rush. Take it slow. I want to savor you. Christian, it's been so long. She's breathless. See, now E.L. James is forgetting which character she's writing for. I know, but you're hurt. Let's not be hasty. In his head, not out loud. Slow. And that's not a request. I press my lips to the right corner of her mouth. Slow. The left corner. Slow, baby. I suck her bottom lip into my mouth. Ew. Let's take this slow. Cradling her head, I continue to kiss her, my tongue subduing hers enticing mine. She glides her fingers across my face, my chin, my throat, and starts on the shirt buttons once more. She tugs my shirt apart, her fingers caressing my chest, then pushing me down so I'm prostrate beneath her. She gazes down at me and squirms over my groin. I push up my hips to enjoy the friction against my eager dick. It's never not going to make me laugh. Anna watches me, her lips parted as she traces my mouth with the tips of her fingers. She moves on, her fingers skimming over my jaw, down my neck to the base of my throat. Leaning down, her tender kisses trail where her fingers have been, grazing my jaw and my throat. I surrender to the sensation, closing my eyes and reclining my head with a moan. Her tongue continues its journey down my sternum and across my chest, where she stops to kiss a couple of my scars. Anna. I want to bury myself deep inside her, grasping her hips. I meet her dark eyes with a dark look of my own. You want this. Here. My voice is husky with need. Yes, she murmurs, and dips her head once more. her lips and tongue teasing my nipple. She tugs it gently. Oh, Anna. I breathe in awe as pleasure spikes through my body. I circle her waist, lift her clear, and quickly unbutton my jeans. Open my fly and push down my underwear so my cock springs free. I sit her down once more and she grinds against me. Ah, I need to be inside her. Running my hands up her thighs, I pause at the tops of her thigh highs. I circle my thumb against her warm flesh and move my hands further up so I brush the damp seeping through her lace panties. Anna gasps. I hope you're not attached to your underwear, I whisper, and my fingers slide inside her panties, touching her. Damn, she's soaking. Ready for me. I force my thumbs through the fabric and the material rips apart. Yes. I move my hands to her upper thighs and let my thumbs brush against her clitoris as I tighten my ass, searching for some friction against my cock. She slides over me. I can feel how wet you are. You fucking got us, Anna. Sitting up so we're eye to eye once more, I wrap my arm around her waist and rub my nose to hers. We're going to take this slow, Mrs. Gray. I want to feel all of you. I love looking at old recipes and trying to figure out what a measurement is. Like, what the hell is a gill of water? Oh, it's about half a cup. Oh, you must love uh Dylan Hollis, the guy who does the vintage recipes, and he's got the baking books and he does the little shorts. I have a whole tab of him on my Discord if in case you want to look. But yeah, I remember him coming across a gill of water and being like, "What the fuck?" Okay, pulling out the phone and googling. Okay, it's this much. Yeah. Those people need to shut up. Sitting up so we're eye to eye once more, I wrap my arm around her waist and rub my nose to hers. We're going to take this slow, Mrs. Gray. I want to feel all of you. And before she can argue with me, I lift her again and gently lower her onto me and fill her, languidly. I close my eyes and relish each delicious inch of her. She is bliss. Ah, Anna moans and grasps my arms. She tries to lift up, eager to begin, and I hold her in place and open my eyes again. All of me, I murmur and tilt my pelvis up, claiming all of her. This does not sound sexual at all. Anna lets out a strangled moan and throws her head back. Let me hear you, I whisper, and she tries to rise again. No, don't move. Just feel. Her eyes spring open and her mouth is agape in a fixed gasp of pleasure. She gazes at me, barely breathing, it seems. I drive into her once more but hold her still. She groans while I bend her head to kiss her throat. This is my favorite place. Buried in you. I whisper to the pulse under her ear. Please, move, she begs. And I want to tease her. Take it slow, so she doesn't hurt herself. Slow, Mrs. Gray. I flex my ass once more, pushing into her, and she caresses my face and kisses me, her tongue consuming me. Love me. Please, Christian. This is not the things you say in the middle of good sex. My resolve crumbles and I skim her jaw with my teeth. Go. I'm all yours, Anna. She pushes me to the ground and starts to move up and down. Fast, a little frantic, taking all I have to give. Oh God. I grab her hands and compliment her wild pace, pushing up again and again, relishing the feel of her, enjoying the view. My wife. The blue sky behind her and the outdoors. Oh, Anna. I groan, surrendering completely to her rhythm. I close my eyes and move my hands up her thighs once more to that precious point between them. There I press both thumbs against her clitoris and she cries out, exploding around me in a gasping, rolling climax that tips me over the edge. Anna, I cry as I succumb to my own heady orgasm. When I open my eyes, she's sprawled over me. I cloak her in my arms and we lie together, still joined. I've missed this. Her hand over my heart as it slows to its normal rhythm is weird. Oh, it's weird. Not that long ago, I couldn't have tolerated her hands on me. Now I crave her touch. Uh, she kisses my chest and I kiss her hair. Better? I ask. She raises her head and grin reflecting, excuse me, ow! Her grin reflecting mine. Much. You? I'm just grateful she's here and whole and still with me, after everything that's happened. I've missed you too, Mrs. Gray. Me too. No more heroics, eh? No, she breathes. You should always talk to me, I insist in a soft voice. Back at you, Gray. Fair point, well made. I'll try. I kiss her again, smirking. She's not taking any of my shit, as usual. Except for literally everything. I think we're going to be happy here, Anna says. Yep, you, me, and Blip. How do you feel, incidentally? Fine. Relaxed. Happy. Good. You? Yeah, all those things. Deliriously happy, Anna. She peers at me. What? I ask. You know you're very bossy when we have sex. Oh, are you complaining? No, she says emphatically. I'm just wondering. You said you missed it. And I wonder what she means for a moment. Control? I need that. The playroom? What we do in there? A vision of her shackled to the four-poster, the talus ringing through the room comes to mind. Or maybe the cross and the riding crop, the brown leather one. My memories go on, seducing me. Sometimes I whisper, yeah, sometimes I miss it. She hasn't said no, you idiot. Like, nobody has put the end to that except you. She smiles. Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. She drops a kiss on my lips. Oh, that sounds interesting. I like to play too, she says, and peeks shyly up at me. Well, 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 this perfect day just got a whole lot better. You know, I'd really like to test your limits, I whisper. My limits for what? Pleasure? Oh, I think I'd like that. Well, maybe when we get home. I hug her gently, marveling at how much she means to me. How much I love her. Who knew I could fall so desperately and completely in love? And you would think that would be the last chapter, but no, that's the end of chapter. But now we are on to chapter 42, which is 4 pages long. And then the epilogue, and then we have the back cover of the next book. Hold on, I gotta stretch though. Okay, reminder to everyone, get up and stretch. You've been sitting a long time, get up and stretch, go to the bathroom, get a glass of water. Get a snack if you need one. Cuddle up fur baby. And yes, on the Dylan Hollis channel, some of those old recipes are seriously what the. It's like, what were people on when they discovered these recipes? Because some of them sound like things you had to be high to figure out. Yes, I saw the toast water. It's in the tab. I posted it in the tab. I know I did. Yeah, I have a tab of all the Dylan Hollis things I can find. It's in my Discord. Go to the side, look down. There is a tab just for him. It's near the bottom, but it's there. Um, I think you're on my Discord, right, Setho? Yeah, I've got a whole tab dedicated to him. He's awesome. But yeah, I saw the toast water. And like part of me kind of wants to try it, and part of me is like, no. If someone offered, I think I would try it. Just to say that I did. Even I was like, okay, are you for real? Is this actually real? Because I'm not so sure. Chapter 42. Wednesday, September 21st, 2011. Wait, we just jumped like a whole bunch of days. Yeah, did we? We jumped 2 days. Pigged out McDonald's, not trying to flex my wealth. That's a good one. I can murder some chicken nuggets and fries right now. Of course, I can murder anything right now because I'm starving, but it's gonna be that way for a few days. Flynn is at a loss for words. Hey, we get more of the terrible therapist! Yay! This might be a first. Though, I swear to God, if they don't give me a stove with the top I can actually use because I'm, like, out of things I can bake in the oven, everything else requires boiling water, and I have a stovetop I can't fucking use. So, they go more than, like, Monday, Tuesday, I'm gonna be, like, half dead from not eating, but they don't care. They were informed of that. I didn't want to tell them that, but I did to hopefully get across my point that they need to fix this quicker rather than later. They don't care. What a shock. It's like, okay, maybe you have like unlimited money to keep buying stuff that can be baked or takeout, but I don't. I did my shopping, I made a plan, and then your broken fucking stove fucking screwed it all up. I've given him an executive summary of all that's transpired since our last session. So that's why you came looking for me, he mutters. Yes. He shakes his head in disbelief. Well, first things first, how's Anna? She's good, on the mend, desperate to get back to work. No PTSD? Okay, it's too early to tell that. No, I don't think so, but it might be too early to tell. Hey, somebody knew a thing. I can recommend someone if she needs a therapist. She definitely does. He stops and taps his lips with his index finger. Shall we take this in stages? Let's start with the pregnancy and your reaction. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Not my proudest moment, to put it mildly. I stare past him at a space on the wall, embarrassed to look him in the eye. No, he is far too readily. How are you feeling about it now? Excuse me. Sighing, I lean forward and rest my elbows on my knees. Resigned, excited, scared, in about equal measure. I would have preferred if we'd waited, but now that Junior's on his way, well, I shrug. Okay, what's he gonna do if the baby's a girl? Because he keeps referring to the baby as being a boy, but you don't know that. You're not gonna know that for a very long time. Flynn's expression is sympathetic, I think. You don't truly learn to love. You don't truly learn what unconditional love is until you have a child. That's what Anna says. But I've only just learned to love her. I trail off, unwilling to voice the rest of my thought. How can you love someone else too? Flynn finishes the sentence for me. My smile is bleak. Christian, knowing your extraordinary need to protect and provide for those who you are close to, those you love, there's no doubt in my mind you will have an innate capacity, I can has words, to love your own child. I hope you're right. John allows himself a small smile. Well, we'll see. You'll find out in a few months. How are you feeling about Mrs. Lincoln? As if that chapter is closed. Flynn nods. I think it helps that I told Anna everything. He did not tell her everything. He didn't even tell her half of everything. Not even close. Not even at all. It's ironic for a father, a daughter is so much better. Yeah, until they start dating or so I've been told. A lot of fathers tend to have a nutty when their daughters start dating. How it all began and how it all ended. It feels complete. Sounds like it. Any regrets? I blow out a breath. Telling Anna? No, none. Severing my relationship with Elena? Yes, no. John purses his lips and I add quickly, I know you don't agree. I know what Elena and I did was wrong. What she did was wrong. Her behavior was predatory. I understand that now, but I don't wholly regret it. How can I? I've always believed she was what I needed at the time. She taught me so much. Okay, this is the first time where I can kind of say that I get his point of view here, but it just says how much work he needs to do in therapy with an actual qualified therapist. He sighs. She took advantage of a vulnerable adolescent, Christian. You can't dodge that truth. I stare at him. He's not wrong. But I'm not prepared to admit that. Yet. Give me time, I state quietly. See, this is some of the best writing in the entire series because it's actually true. He nods. No doubt we'll keep coming back to this. So let's give you some time and we can dig into that again when you're ready. He blows out a breath. I'd like to ask you about the conversation with your parents with regard to your foster placement. How that felt. Strange, for several reasons. Please elaborate. First of all, I was stunned they were so quick to respond to my call for help. Have they not done that before? Well, yes, they have. My mom was really helpful with Ray when he was in the accident. But that's different. She's a doctor. Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever asked them about something personal before. I think I gave up trying a long time ago. As you know, in my teens, I had a difficult relationship with both of them, and they were so disappointed and disapproving after I dropped out of Harvard. Flynn nods. But as your parent, you always think you know what's best for your child. It's a lesson worth remembering. Dropping out obviously did you no harm. But the other evening, when they came over, they were more than helpful. They brought all that stuff with them, and point to the manila folder that Flynn's already leafed through. He reaches for the photograph of the Collier family and their two foster children. And that's Hyde. He indicates the translucent red-haired boy. James really doesn't know what the word translucent means because she's used it like 4 times and none of them correct. I nod. And you, the smallest kid. Yes. Must have been very unsettling for you not to remember this time. It was. Do you remember more now? Yes. I think it was my mother's reassurance that I came to no harm in the foster family's care. That was the most comforting. It enabled me to let the memories in. Before that, my imagination went wild. I was scared to remember. You know, when you don't know. Yes, I understand. You believe her? Yes, the recollections I do have are all good. And what of Christian Pizatsky? Pizatsky, whatever the fuck the made up last name is. I sigh. He's no more. Flynn's brow creases. Are you sure? I scoff. No, but I think it's time I grew up and left him behind. My wife told me in no uncertain terms that I need to grow up and smell the fucking coffee. That was true long before you met her. Flynn snorts. Did she now? Have you told her about this? He holds up my birth certificate. No. Why? I shrug. Because she knows me as Christian Grey. Okay, what do you think's going to happen if you tell her you were born under a different name? Like, that almost goes without saying for an adopted kid. Most of them are. Mother, a daughter is difficult. Yeah. I bet if you are mother of a daughter, you get to a point where you see way too much of yourself in them. And the potential for every mistake you made back then, but certainly didn't know back then, but now 20 years later, you're like, oh yeah, that was not the best choice I ever made. In the opposite way, well, Get whipped, a girl makes decisions after marriage, a girl will take care of you, boys never. Okay. Sons, you're just preparing for a real life. You can baby a girl. Do that to a boy and he's fucked up. I kind of get the point. Yeah, you can over baby any child, certainly, but John considers my response. That child is part of you. I know, but I want to keep him to myself for a little while longer. Get used to him. Will you tell her? One day, sure. You've only known about him for a few days. I think you're entitled to keep him for yourself as long as you want, Christian. Learn to love him. Forgive him. It's in your power to do so. I grasp the full weight of Flynn's words. I gasp as the full weight of Flynn's words blindside me. Forgive him. What did he do that requires forgiveness? I whisper. John smiles at me kindly. He survived. I'm frozen, staring at him. This is where we're going off the rails with bad therapy. This is a horrible tact. And his poor mother didn't. You might want to direct some of your forgiveness at her too. Duh. I gaze at him for what feels like minutes. This is definitely added stealing from the movies. We have crossed the line where she is stealing from better adaptations of her own garbage because this is nowhere in the first books at all. And I called it, yep, we're doing the redemption arc, which is going to be fully bullshit because it ain't real and it never happened and it's so undeserved. And yet here it is. I gaze at him for what feels like minutes, then glance at the clock. Okay. I blow out a breath, relieved we're done. As ever, you've given me a great deal to think about. Good, that's my job. We still have so much to discuss, but I'm sorry we're out of time. We're getting there, surely, I ask. Flynn's grin is amicable. Slowly. Now we're at this point, your attachment issues alone could fill a year. Duh! I laugh. I know. But you're beginning to open up to your wife, making yourself vulnerable. These are giant steps. I nod, feeling like I got an A in therapy. I don't think so. I'll see you next time. And congratulations, Christian. I frown. What? The baby, Flynn grins. Oh, yes, Junior. Thank you. It's dusk, a golden pink light filling the room. My hands in the pockets of my pants, I stare out at the Seattle skyline, towards the sound and smile. From my ivory tower, as Anna would say. And I would correct her and tell her it's our ivory tower. She was animated and talkative at dinner, happy to be working. After our meal, she returned to her lair, well, the library, to sort through query letters that she had messengered over from SIP. Perhaps you should go into the office tomorrow. I think she's well enough. Like, that's your fucking decision. But apparently it is, because she lets it be. My mind shifts to my conversations with Flynn. Forgive him. Forgive her. Perhaps it's time. I've spent so long loathing the crack whore, but I'm not sure I can move on from those feelings. But Anna was passionate in her defense. Forgive her. She had her own world of pain to deal with. She was a shitty mother and you loved her. My shrink and my wife are of one accord. Perhaps I should listen to them. Yep, we're going to do the movie ending that was never in the original books because why the hell not? Idly, I walk to the piano, sit down, and start to play Debussy's Arabesque #1, however the hell you say that, Debussy. A piece I haven't played in forever. As an upbeat, evocative melody echoes through the room, I disappear into the music. My phone buzzes, interrupting the second Arabesque. I have an email from my wife. From Anastasia Gray, subject my husband's pleasure. Sir, I await your instructions. Yours always, Mrs. G. X. I stare at it in anticipation as desire wakes my body. Anna wants to play. Best not to keep a lady waiting. I type a response. Mrs. G, I'm intrigued. I'll come find you. Be ready. She can't be in the playroom. I'd have noticed her moving to the upper floor. I open the bedroom door, and here she is, kneeling at the entrance, eyes downcast, wearing a pale blue camisole and panties and nothing else. On the bed, she's laid out my Dom jeans. My heart lurches into overdrive as I gaze at her, drinking in every detail. Her parted lips, her long lashes, her hair curling in luscious, this is misspelled, I'm pretty sure, luscious waves below her breasts. Her breathing's accelerated. She's excited. My beautiful girl is offering herself to me. Wholly. Again. Last time we were in the play word, she safe worded on me. Yeah, because you were being an abusive asshole. And yet she trusts me enough to go again. What did I do to deserve her? Absolutely nothing. Fuck. But she's dropped enough hints the last few days. We'll have to see what we can do about that. And suddenly a barrage of visions of Anna in the playroom fill my mind. That first time, her nervousness, my excitement. Damn, she wants this, so do I. I reach for my jeans and turning, head into the closet to change. As I strip, I think of what we could do. We'll take it easy. Easy sweet. But I'm going to drive her wild. A frisson of pure excitement runs down my spine to my dick. Bring it on, Mrs. Gray. I return to the bedroom and she's still kneeling at the door. So, you want to play? Yes. Oh, Anna, you can do better than that. When I don't respond, she looks up at me and registers my annoyed frown. Yes, what? I whisper. Yes, sir, she says quickly. Good girl. Oh, we get to play with fire! For all the new people, we had 4 phrases in this book that get burned, literally, when they come up, and that was one. So we get to play with fire. One last time. That's sweet. I think we'd better get you upstairs now. Offering my hand to help her to her feet, and together we walk to the stairs and up into the playroom. Outside the door, I bend down and kiss her, then grasp her hair and tip her head back so I can drown in the depths of her eyes. You know you're topping from the bottom, I murmur against her lips. But then she's been doing that since I met her. And if anyone reading this book understood that term, they'd know how very, very, very wrong it is. She owns me, body and soul. What? She breathes. Don't worry, I'll live with it. Until death do us part, Anastasia Gray, because I love you, more than life itself, and I know you love me. And if he'd said that out loud instead of in his head, it would be really romantic, but it's said inside his head, like everything else he should say out loud. I run my nose down her jaw, filling my senses with her sweet scent. I nibble her ear. Once inside, kneel like I've shown you. Yes, sir. Anna peers at me through her lashes, and I don't miss her I so own you smile. It makes me smile too, because it's true. She is my everything, and I am hers, always. Now let's have some fun. End of chapter, and technically end of book because the next page is the epilogue, which we will get to in precisely like 2 minutes. How long? Wow, the epilogue might be longer than I thought. Are there 2 epilogues? No, the epilogue's actually like 7 pages, but we'll get through it relatively quickly. I do need to run to the ladies' room. I'll only be a half second, so please don't go anywhere. Remember, we still have our reveal of the next book coming up very, 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 very shortly. Damn. Okay, email gotta stop trolling. Why am I getting Indeed emails this late? I thought we had another duck and I got excited, and now there isn't a duck. But I will be right back. We shall see. Hello. All right, we are on the epilogue home stretch, and then we get the back cover of the new book, chapter 20. Why did I say 20? Chapter 43, kind of, epilogue. Oh, we've jumped several months. And a year. No, we've jumped because we were in mid September. This is epilogue. Monday, July 30th, 2012. So this has got to be right after she gave birth, I'm assuming. I lie perfectly still, drinking in the sight of my gorgeous wife lying beside me. Early morning light streams through the gap in the curtains, gilding Anna's hair and revealing the adoring glow in her face. She doesn't know I'm awake yet, as she's busy breastfeeding our son. So he was right, it's a boy. Smiling down, murmuring quiet words of love to him and stroking his soft, plump cheek. It's a stirring scene. Anna has a fathomless well of love to give. To him, to me. She shows me how it should be, and that it's okay to feel this thrill, this passion for someone so small, this flesh of my flesh. Ted, my boy. I'm besotted with both of them. She peeks up to check on me, and I'm caught mid-ogle. Her face erupts into an enormous smile. Good morning, Miss Gray. Enjoying the view. She cocks an eyebrow, amused. Very much, Mrs. Gray. Leaning up on my elbow, I press a tender kiss to her waiting lips and then another on the coppery down atop Ted's head. Closing my eyes, I breathe in his scent. After Anna's, it's the second sweetest fragrance in the world. He smells so good. That's because I changed his diaper 10 minutes ago. I grimace, then smile. Rather you than me. So we can confirm he is useless at taking care of the baby and has no interest in, changing diapers or actually raising his child. How long until he berates her into a nanny so he can have her all to himself and just lock the child in a nursery like the Victorians did and then send them away to boarding school at age 8? He's going to send his kids to boarding school so they're out of his way so he can pretend that they don't have kids and, go back to fucking all the time. Anna grins but rolls her eyes, knowing full well what I'm thinking. Teddy ignores us. His eyes close, his hands splayed over the swell of Anna's breast. He's too busy enjoying breakfast. Lucky boy. He's a very lucky boy. He sleeps with us. That was a battle I was never going to win. And while it has somewhat curtailed our bedroom activity at night, somewhat, so they're still doing it with the baby in the bed? Are you kidding me? It's reassuring to know he's so close when we sleep. It's ironic to think that until I met Anna, I'd never slept with anyone. Now there are 2 people in my bed. Did he wake last night? Not since I fed him at midnight. She strokes his cheek once more and croons. You slept all night, little man? He pats her breast in response, staring at her eyes with the same shade as hers, and with a look I know only too well. Complete adoration. Yep, Teddy and I suffer from the same fixation. Hey, the baby's just going, keep the milk coming. I got 10 minutes till a nap, so fill up the tummy. He closes his eyes and his suckling slows and stops. She strokes his cheek, then delicately slides her finger into his mouth so he releases her nipple. That's breakfast done, she whispers. I'll put him in his crib. I'll do it. Today is a special day. My friend told me when her son, he would do the thing where he eats and then he falls asleep after 5 minutes, but if you put him to bed, he'll wake up in 10 minutes and start screaming because he's hungry because he didn't eat enough. So you got to tickle their feet to keep them awake so they eat enough so they'll actually sleep for a decent amount of time. Though with him, it was always what at least here is called the football pose, where the head is on the boob, but the body's down the side, holding them like this and kind of squishing them. That was the only way that kid would eat. Every other pose, he's like, nope, not right. Gonna scream until you fix it. Nope, had to be the football pose. Then he would latch on, happy baby. Sitting up, I gently scoop him into my arms, enjoying his warmth and weight against my chest. I kiss his head once more and, holding him close, carry him next door to his room, where he should be sleeping. Okay, if the baby's only a few weeks old, it's gonna be like a year before she's able to let him be in the other room, okay? You're just gonna have to deal with it. Miraculously, he stays asleep as I lay him down in his crib and cover him with his cotton blanket. At what age are babies allowed to have blankets? Because I know, like, you're not supposed to have anything in the crib. And I mean, like, anything. So I'm not sure what age they're allowed, like, blankets and pillows and stuff. Like, I know the bumper pads that are tied onto the crib are a thing because babies will roll around and, like, stick their legs through the slats and things. Gazing down at him, I'm lost in an overwhelming swell of emotion. It hits me now and then, an immense tidal wave of love that washes over and through me. This tiny human has invaded my heart and ensnared it, and trashed all my defenses. Flynn was right. I love him unconditionally. I shiver because this feeling still frightens me and scan his room. It's painted like an apple orchard, and one day I hope to teach him how to grow sweet red apples from a bitter green apple tree with the help of his namesake, Grandpa Theodore. Switching on the baby monitor, I grab the receiver and take it back to our room. Anna's fast asleep. Damn. I never wished her a happy anniversary. Oh, it's their anniversary. For a moment I contemplate waking her, but deep down I know that wouldn't be fair. Anna's tired most of the time. Sleep is prized over everything. Hopefully now that Teddy's nearly 3 months old, she'll get more rest. Dude, if you get her to put the baby into the nursery and out of your bed at 3 months old, that's a miracle. I miss her. I'm guessing they haven't had sex since the baby was born, though he did say they were still, like, doing it with the baby in the bed, so I don't know what he's missing other than being the center of attention. Feeling a pang of regret that I know is completely selfish, I stride to the closet and change into my running gear. Here we go. When you can't get any, go running! I scroll through the songs on my phone and find one that Anna must have uploaded. It brings a smile to my lips. Oh my god, now she's just blatantly ripping off the movie because this song didn't fucking exist until the movie. It was made for the movie because we have Rihanna's We Found Love. Unless I'm misremembering. Wasn't that written for the movie and they hyped the shit out of it for the third one, saying we got this big name star to write a song for our movie and blah blah blah. Blaring through my earbuds, I set off for a run down 4th Avenue. Or was it Beyonce Crazy in Love that was written for the third 50 Shades movie? I may be confusing the two. I know both songs, but it's early and the streets are relatively empty except for the occasional dog walker, refrigerated trucks delivering to the local restaurants, and early shift personnel heading to work. My mind empties as I concentrate on finding my rhythm and setting a long run pace. I'm heading northwest. The sun is shining, the trees are in full leaf, and I feel as if I could run forever. All is right in my world. An idea occurs to me. I decide on a nostalgia tour and set my sights on Anna's old apartment, where Kate and Ethan live. For old time's sake. Okay, you're telling me Kate and Ethan actually got married and are now living in Kate's, like, crappy studio apartment? No, they're not. Not when Elliot is a millionaire in his own right and has, like, a multi-million, if not billion-dollar company as well. They're not living in her crappy little apartment. No way in hell. We had to keep my daughter awake in the car, otherwise she would sleep in the car for 10 minutes, and that would be her nap. Oh, my cousins, all 3 of them, because their parents, when they couldn't sleep when they were babies, used to drive them around to put them to sleep. until they were teenagers. Anything above a 5-minute drive, they'd be completely unconscious. Like, seriously, I watched my cousin at the age of like 12, 13. If it was a drive more than about a half hour by then, she'd be deeply unconscious. And she was one of those people that you can't wake until she's ready to wake, which, yeah. I think right away they freeze, but it's been a while. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Sorry. Technically, you're not supposed to have bumpers anymore. Oh, really? I didn't know that had changed. There are swaddles and blanket sacks for warmth. Swaddle was what I was going to say, and sex with the baby in the bed goes against science. I'm sure it goes against human possibilities, too, because I'm sorry. I am not going to be able to get aroused, one, and two, let you do the kind of things to me I want you to do to me with the baby in the bed. No. Hell no. I'm probably, if I just had a baby and it's only 3 months old, I'm not even sure I can remember what this is. You asked when do they put blankets on the baby? Right away or they freeze, but it's been a while. Okay, dude, I didn't mean right when they come out of the vagina, okay? I know they need to be wrapped up because probably a baby's first thought at entering the world is, damn, it's cold! Put me back in! I was warm and happy in there! What are you doing taking me out? I'm so not gonna sneeze. I might sneeze. Oh, come on. Ugh. When we're young kids, we naturally want to have sex less. No kids stronger libido, so baby in the bed, I can't see that happening. How do you think Native Americans expanded their family with living in teepees or better yet, communal wigwams? Okay, you have a point. But I'm saying I was raised in a conservative Catholic household. I mean, if the baby's in like a crib at the end of the bed, I can deal with that. Maybe if the kid is conscious. And by that I mean sleeping. But in the actual bed, no. Also, I would be afraid that rolling around we would squish it, and I'm serious about that, even if it's an irrational, stupid fear. Ugh. Blech. Blech. Their living arrangements will change shortly. Kate and Elliot are getting married this coming weekend. Okay, so they're not yet married and they're moving. As soon as Kate found out Anna was pregnant and her due date, she changed all their plans so Anna could still be her matron of honor. That woman is as determined as ever. I hope Elliot knows what he's doing. His bachelor party was epic. Far more gregarious than mine, but that's Elliot. And what happens at Cabo San Lucas stays there. So he cheated on Kate, is what that was. There was a crib mentioned, but it's in the next room, and he said that the baby was sleeping in their bed. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know the difference, or it's just bad writing. And even though, as best man, it was my responsibility to organize the whole shebang. Okay, isn't it shebang? Because it's spelled Shebang. Isn't it shebang, not shebang? Am I desperately wrong about this? I spent those few days missing my wife and son. Okay, so he had a bachelor party that went on for days. He definitely cheated. But then I'm not the party animal. Elliot is. And he had fun. That was the point. Fun in several I was gonna say whores, but I'll go with hookers. Nah, screw it, they're the same thing. I actually think hooker is derogatory. I've always respected the term whore, and I'd much rather be called that than a slut. Whores get paid. As I round the corner onto Vine Street, I'm reminded of my desperate runs during the dark days when Anna left me. Damn, I was crazy then. Crazy in Love, great. Yes, it's definitely Crazy in Love that's in the movie. I had it wrong. It's definitely Crazy in Love that's in the movie, and she had to name drop it. Jesus Christ. Approaching my stalker's hide, I contemplate pausing there, but dismiss the idea. Those dark days are far behind me, and I don't want to be away from Anna for too long. I turn left at the corner onto Western Avenue, and my mind drifts to all that happened since Anna and I tied the knot. On this day last year. Of course, the biggest change was the dramatic arrival of Theodore Raymond Gray on May the 2nd, who now rules our hearts and our domain. God, I love my boy, even though I now have to compete with him for my wife's attention. Dear God. I do choose this defenseless baby over you. That's what any loving parent does. Damn right, Anna. Her words still sting, but they resonate with me now. It's hard, surrendering her to someone else. I wouldn't do it for anyone but him. And to see her care for him. She loves him so much. She'll do anything for him. I know that my birth mother, to some degree, must have done the same for me. I wouldn't have survived to age 4 otherwise. It makes me feel a little more kindly towards Ella. Just. In a way, I envy Ted. He's such an advocate in his he has such an advocate in his mother. She'll fight for him, always. That's why he's in our bed. In the bed. While I'm breastfeeding him, he's here with us. Deal with it, Christian. So she's drawn the line. I'm not gonna get up and go get him from the crib. I'm just gonna hold him like this, and when he wants to be fed, I can half wake up and just pop the titty, and there we go. Which probably is better for everyone, honestly, because at least she's getting some freaking sleep. It's 100% rational to think I might squish the baby. But she, random lady, banged her. I know, that's definitely it. Spelling is my weakness in technology. Yeah. Well, I'm highly dyslexic, so I can't. That's why never ask me to spell. Like, seriously, when random people who knew I was dyslexic used to say, "How do you spell this?" I would just look at them like, "You're asking me?" You do better consulting astrology than ask me. My girl does not back down, except for every single time. And of course, he has me. I'll do everything in my power to keep him safe. That fucker Hyde is locked up a year, like 6 months later. You're still thinking of that guy? Move on. The trial was a painful but necessary evil. He was convicted of aggravated kidnapping or arson, extortion, and sabotage, and sentenced to 30 years. Really? There should have been like 50 more charges, and he definitely should have gotten life. He blew up a helicopter with 2 people in it and tried to burn down an entire building, and then tried to commit kidnapping, and then did commit kidnapping. Like, there's no way in hell. Not long enough, in my opinion, but at least he's out of our lives and where he deserves to be, behind bars. Lincoln is bankrupt and currently on remand for felony fraud charges. I hope he too rots in jail. Revenge is indeed a most satisfactory dish. Enough Gray. I direct my thoughts back into my family as I run through Pike Place Market. I love this time of the morning here. The florists selling their colorful displays, fishmongers icing their fresh catch, and the grocers arranging their fruits and vegetables. It's such a vibrant, bustling part of the city, and so much easier to navigate this early without the tourists in the way. Next weekend's wedding will be held at Amon Kavanaugh's Medina residence. I still have to write my speech, and much to Kate's irritation, I refuse to give her editorial approval. She's such a control freak. Since when? I don't know how Elliot puts up with her. Anna and Mia are both in the bridal party. Anna is matron of honor and Mia is bridesmaid. I hope it's not going to be too awkward with Ethan. I shake my head. He's just not that into you, Mia. Oh, so we have Mia getting snubbed. He never went for her. I think that's a change from the original, because I think in the original story they were hooked up at the end. I continue on and pick up my pace on Stewart Street, running towards Escala. Running home. Well, to one of our homes. We divide our time between our two residences. Escala during the week and the big house, as Anna calls it, on weekends. So far, it's working well. That is so unnecessary. As I reach the main entrance, I check my time. Not bad. In the elevator, I catch my breath and as I'm alone, stretch out. Mrs. Jones is busy in the kitchen as I walk past on my way to the bedroom. I check in on Teddy and find he's still fast asleep, his chest rising and falling. Damn, but I love it when he sleeps. Hope, his nanny should be up and with him shortly. Why do you have a nanny? I knew it. I know I made the joke that he's gonna get a nanny and send them off, but why do you have a nanny for a 3-month-old? You already have a full-time housekeeper. What the fuck? And they have a nanny named Hope. He's definitely banging the nanny. Let's be clear. We made a billion jokes about this over the series, that he's gonna be banging the nanny because now she's a mom. He's not gonna see her as sexual anymore, though the book is trying to say that he does, but that's gonna fade. He's definitely banging the nanny. What are you doing with a nanny? What the actual fuck? This is so stupid. No, she doesn't. I'm sorry, but Anna doesn't work. And are we going to say that he's treating her like every other female in America that gets no paid maternity leave, and that she has no paid maternity leave in a company that he owns? Really? Like... And also, with a 3-month-old that she's still so attached to, she's insisting that the baby sleep in the bed. There's no way in hell she's going off to work for 8 hours a day and leaving the baby. There's no fucking way. Anna's still out for the count, too. I strip down in the closet, dumping my sweaty clothes in the laundry basket, and then head into the shower. The hot water douses me, rinsing off all the sweat from my run. I'm lost in my thoughts as I soap my hair when I hear the sounds of the shower door open. Oh god, we're not getting out for one more. Ugh. Anna snakes her arms around me and kisses my back, pressing her body against mine. I've got 4 pages left. My day just got a whole lot better. I make to move, but Anna tightens her arms and splays her hands on my chest. No, she says, between kisses on my back. I want to hold you here. Properly. We stand quietly together until I can bear it no more. Turning around, I pull her into my arms, enjoying the softness and warmth of her body against mine. She raises her lips to me, her eyes darkening. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary, Christian. Her voice is husky, laced with desire. I touch my lips to hers and my body comes alive, as does Anna. She moans as she kisses me back, opening her mouth and granting me access to her tongue, which greets mine in heightened fervor. We kiss, tongues tangling and tussling together, pouring what must be a week's worth of frustration into each other as she runs her hands up my back, over my shoulders, and into my hair, pushing me against the cold tiles. Breathless, she nips my jaw in my ear. I've missed you, she murmurs above the rush of the shower. Fuck. Her words pour gasoline on the fire. My erection is harder and fuller, pressing against her, wanting her. My fingers are in her wet hair, angling her lips to mine, while I take more from her mouth. I'd expect maybe some gentle lovemaking the way we have been recently, but not this. Anna is lit and greedy. Her teeth scrape along my stubbled jawline, her fingers tugging at my hair as my hands move to her behind, pressing her to me. She squirms against me, finding some friction, her intent clear. Anna, here? I gasp. Yes, I'm not made of glass, Christian. She's emphatic as she kisses the line of my clavicle in her hands now, roaming down my back to my ass. She squeezes hard, and then her hand is on me. Fuck, I whisper through clenched teeth. I've missed this. She wraps her fingers around my cock and starts to move her hand up and down. Her mouth on mine once more. She's definitely going to go down because E.L. James thinks that's romantic instead of disgusting. I pull back to gaze at her, her eyes dazed with passion. Her hand tightens around me and I watch and clench my ass with each move, thrusting into her hand. She licks her lips. Oh no, to hell with this. I want inside her. She said she's not made of glass. Well, it's been 3 months. I think she's sufficiently recovered. I lift her. Wrap your legs around me, baby. She complies with surprising agility. That must be her sessions with Bastille. And her lust. I turn, resting her back against the tiles. You're so beautiful, I whisper, and slowly ease into her. She tips her head up against the wall and cries out. The sound travels to the end of my dick, and I start to move. Hard. Fast. Her heels press into my butt, spurring me on. Her arms wrap around my neck, cradling me as I drive myself into her. Over and over. Her breathing accelerates, becoming louder and harsher in my ear as she climbs. Yes, yes, she whispers, and I don't know if it's a plea or a promise. Anna, my love. Suddenly she cries out as her orgasm consumes her and I let go, following her over the edge, coming inside my wife and calling her name. When I'm sane again, I'm leaning against her, holding both of us up. Anna unhitches her legs and slides them down my body, so we're both standing together in the shower. I press my forehead to hers, and together we catch our breath. Holding each other beneath the steam of hot water, Anna tilts her head up, cups the back of my neck, and brushes her lips against mine. Gentle, sweet. Barking in his sleep. Oh, baby's barking in his sleep. Oh, baby, he's so sweet. He sounds so cute. He sounds like a squeaky little mouse. He's so cute. And don't tell him he doesn't sound ferocious, because he definitely thinks he does. I needed that, she says. I laugh. Me too, baby. My lips are on hers once more, but this time in thanks. Can we enjoy part 2 in bed? Her eyes are still smoldering. But work. Hannah shakes her head. I've taken the day off. I want to spend it in bed with you. I'll never have this first again, and I want to celebrate our anniversary doing what we do best. I'm sorry, but if sex is what you do best, you have a really shitty relationship. I beam down at her, feeling all the love in the world. Mrs. Gray, your wish is my command. Lifting her into my arms, I carry her back to bed and lay her down, both of us soaking, though confirming that yes, she is apparently back at work. Which, I'm sorry, for somebody with their money is just insane. Hannah is dozing, face down, naked on our bed. I kiss her shoulder and get up. In our closet, I drag out some sweatpants and a t-shirt and go in search of food. I check on Daddy and find Hope with him, changing his diaper. So they've both apparently decided that someone else can raise and care for their baby most of the time, other than when he needs breastfeeding and sleeping at night. There's somebody else who takes care of him all of the rest of the time, because why should having a child make you change your extended adolescent bullshit lifestyle? So she's just as horrible as he is now. That's great. This kid's gonna grow up and become a serial killer like Daddy. Good morning, Mr. Gray. She has a sweet drawl betraying her southern roots. Good morning, Hope. Hope minds Teddy when Anna is at work and lives upstairs with the rest of the staff. She's in her early 40s, never married, never had kids. I'm sure there's a story there that Anna will unearth one day. Anna has a knack for getting people to talk. She did with me. Hope has been with us for 3 months. They've had a nanny since the day the kid was born. This is gross. This is gross on so many levels. And so far, it's working well. Anna had insisted on someone older, a career nanny, because Anna's so young. I want someone I can learn from. My mom lives too far away and your mom is so busy. No, she wanted someone older so you wouldn't be fucking the nanny, you goddamn moron. No woman on the planet of ever has said, no, I want to hire an experienced nanny so I can learn how to be a mother. Are you fucking kidding me? This may be the most insulting thing in this book because it's so insulting to every woman in the history of ever. Jesus! Like, not only do I not believe that any woman's okay with hiring a nanny from the day the kid is born, but no fucking way are they going to say, no, I want someone to learn from when it's my first time being a mother and they're going to take like 90% of that away from me. Fucking hell, this is not how anything goddamn works. This is worse than not how anything works. This is insulting. This is offensively insulting and somebody should have stopped it. Wait, weren't we supposed to burn something and I missed it? Damn it. Chat, you're supposed to remind me when I get to play with fire. Come on. It's last time. Where was it? I know what he said, but where was it? No, don't tell me I fucking lost it. Where was the thing? There was definitely one. Where was it? No, I'm not giving up. Where the fuck was that? There it is. I found it. Ha. Okay. Okay. Bookmark. Now we get to play with fire. One last time. I lost the bookmark. God damn it. It's kind of heavy. It's metal. But I found it. So one last time, we get to play with fire. Okay, go fuck yourself, you stupid bookmark. We get to play with fire and burn the phrase good girl one last time. So here's to us. And God, am I looking forward to the burn video I'm going to make out of this book. The song is going to be epic. Think Ride of the Valkyries epic. I'm going to have so much fun. But for now, as a prelude, baby burn. 1, 2, 3. Still written on flash paper, as we can see. Doesn't even smell good. Nope, smells like underwhelming char. But let's see what this does. Okay, it wasn't supposed to spit in my face. I used to work in a daycare with 1-year-olds. It was wild when parents asked for advice. I bet. Did you actually try to give them advice, or were you just like, Because me, I'd be, like, I can tell you which Paw Patrol character your kid is currently into, but that's about it. Hope does not approve of Teddy sleeping in our bed. As much as I love him, I'm with Hope on this, but Anna will not be swayed. Hope kisses Teddy's belly and he chortles with glee. It's a beautiful sound. I'll leave you to it, I tell Hope. Mrs. Jones is at the stove. Good morning, Gail. Ah, Mr. Gray, good morning. Happy anniversary. Thank you. I'd like to take Anna breakfast in bed. Lovely idea. What would the two of you like? Pancakes, bacon, blueberries, coffee. Coming right up. It'll be about 20 minutes. Great. I amble into my study to fetch the first of my anniversary presents for Anna. The second one, an eternity ring, a symbol of eternal love, I'll give to her over dinner this evening. I open my desk drawer and check that the red box with her ring is still there, but my eyes stray to the photograph of Ella Paz, Paz, Pazasti, whatever the fuck his mother's name is, it's unpronounceable, adorned by a silver frame, now tucked away in my drawer. Yep, we're going full rip-off. Anna liberated the snap from my childhood bedroom and had it enlarged and placed in a frame as a gift for my last birthday. And no matter how often I open the drawer, the sight of my birth mother catches me unawares. You still wanted your mom. You loved her. My wife is nothing if not persistent. She also found Elena's final resting place and will go there one day, I think. Yeah. None of this is in the original book. He never does any of this shit and has no fucking desire to. So, yes, she ripped off herself by ripping off the much better, like almost character growth, except it's too late and it's done entirely without dialogue in a cheesy overextended epilogue, just like it is here. So, yeah, she copy pasted the book or the movie ending to make up for the flaws of the things she never wrote in the first place, but it's still bullshit. God, I cannot imagine ripping off yourself from like things that people fixed of your crap. Uh, Maybe I'll find out more about her then, and maybe after that she'll earn a place on my shelf. You might want to direct some of your forgiveness at her. I'm working on it, John. I'm working on it. Enough, Gray. I close the door and receive the first present I'm going to give Anna this morning. I hope she likes it. Placing the gift on my desk, I check the time. It's 8:30. Andrea should be at her desk. My wife has decided to stay home, and so will I. Picking up the phone, I press call. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Good morning, Andrea. Cancel all my meetings today. I'm taking the day off. You couldn't decide you're taking your anniversary off like a week before, so you don't have any scheduled meetings to cancel? Because you're kind of being a douche. And there's a slight pause and a small gasp before she replies, Yes, sir. And don't call me. At all. Sure. I mean, yes. I laugh. Thank you. Tell Roz, too. Whatever it is can wait until tomorrow. Took him a whole year of being married to figure that out. She laughs. Will do, Mr. Gray. Enjoy your day. That's two of us in a good mood. Down. Anna is dozing when I bring in her tray, the sheets loosely draped around her body. So I'm treated to the spectacular view that is my wife. Her hair is tousled from our earlier lovemaking and spreads over across the pillows in a lush sprawl. She has one arm raised over her head, one breast and one shapely leg partly exposed. The morning light caresses her body, as if she's been captured by a Grand Master himself. A Titan or a Velasquez, maybe. Aphrodite, my goddess. She's lost weight since Ted's birth, and I know she wants to lose more, but to me she's as lovely as ever. The rattle of our coffee cups rouses her, and she rewards me with a breathtaking smile. Breakfast in bed. You're really spoiling me. I place the tray on the bed and take my place beside her. A feast. She claps her hands. I'm famished. I did hear breastfeeding makes you really hungry. She tucks into her pancakes and bacon. I'll have to thank Mrs. Jones for this. You can't take any credit. I, I can't take any credit. I will, she mumbles, mouthful. We'll eat in a we eat in a companionable silence, enjoying the nearness of each other. It's a curious feeling, this utter contentment. I've only ever felt it with Anna, and I allow myself a moment to reflect on my extraordinary good fortune. I have a loving, smart, gorgeous wife, a beautiful son, who at present is being entertained by Hope. My business is in good hands, and all the companies we've bought over the past few years are highly profitable. The solar tablet is a huge success, and we're creating new technology around it specifically for the developing world. Sitting here with my wife, eating pancakes is about as good as it gets. Once I finish, I put my plate down. I have something for you, which I can take credit for. From beside the bed, I hold up the gift wrap package. Oh! Hannah grabs a napkin and wipes her hands while I place her empty plate on the tray and push it out of the way. Here. He was a honeymoon baby, 3 months old at their 1 year anniversary. You're right. I didn't clock that, but you're right. So yeah, honeymoon baby. So yeah, she would have been at most like 5, 6 weeks pregnant. We had it right. She gives me a quizzical look as I hand her the broad, heavy, oblong package. It's our paper anniversary. That's your only clue. She grins and starts carefully unwrapping the paper, trying not to tear it. Inside is a large leather binder. Anna bites her lip as she unlatches the strap holding it shut and lifts the cover. She gasps, her hands flying to her mouth. Beneath the cover is a black and white still of Anna and Teddy. She's smiling down at him, and he's gazing up at her in adoration. The light is perfect, illuminating both of them in a warm, loving glow. It took a couple of I took it a couple of weeks ago specifically for this series of ledger-sized prints. It reminds me of the Virgin in the small shrine in the St. James Cathedral in Seattle. It's lovely, Anna breathes, her voice ringing with awe. I'm proud of these stills. My intention is to hang them in place of some of the Madonnas in the foyer. In the next one, she's holding Teddy and looking at me, her eyes alight with amusement and something a little darker. Something for me. I love this picture. So he's basically doing what Jose did by taking pictures of her without her knowledge, and now he intends to hang them all over their house. There are 4 prints with with Anna and Teddy. What the hell is my brain doing? Then the last one. She gasps again. It's me and Ted, in a selfie. He's in my arms, all dimples and baby fat, curling against my naked chest, fast asleep, while I gaze into the camera. Oh, Christian, this is fabulous. I love it. Anna turns to me, tears in her eyes. My 2 favorite men in one exquisite capture. They both love you, very much. And I love you. She closes the book and sets it aside carefully and pounces on me, rattling the cups and plates. You are the 3 wishes from Aladdin's lamp, the state lottery, and the cure for cancer rolled into one. I laugh and brush my fingers down her cheek. No, Anna, you are. End of series! That is how it ends. That's how it ends. You are the 3 wishes from Aladdin's lamp, the state lottery, and the cure for cancer. Well, if you're going to end really abusive dribble, you might as well be retarded about it. I hate using that word, but nothing else applies. There's some acknowledgments and then, hey, buy our other crap. But that's the end of this. This is over. I get to skin the cover and hang it on my wall now. And then I get to burn the entrails of it, which I will do in the next couple of weeks. As always, give me a week or 2 before the burn video. It is a lot of work and a lot of editing, so Give me a week and this one's extra long, so expect it to be extra spicy because I ain't pulling any punches on this garbage. God, I'm glad it's over. Correct. That was a terrible ending. Thank you, Sarah Bellum, for hitting it right on the head. You are correct. Good girl. Sorry, I didn't mean that the way it sounded. But yes, you are entirely correct. That's a terrible ending. But now, the moment we have long awaited, the next book that we will be starting next week, it's here. I have it. I acquired it. I got it for cheap enough price. So, the next book we were doing, as it has been called on the internet, Evil 50 Shades. You may have heard of it. I didn't know fuck all about it till I read the back cover, and that's all I've read. I don't know anything about it, so anyone who posts spoilers, you're going to get kicked immediately. Don't post spoilers. I don't want to know. I'm reading this entirely blind. With the 50 Shades series, at least I'd seen the movies before I read them, but this one I don't know anything. I know they're movies. I haven't seen them. I don't know anything about it other than what I read on the back cover like 4 days ago, so don't spoil anything or else. But the next book, Evil 50 Shades, and again, the author of this book has confirmed that yes, it was inspired by 50 Shades. That's why she wrote it. Next book is 365 Days by Blanca Lipinska, originally written in Spanish. The guy on the cover is, I believe, not the guy in the movie. I think that's a stock photo. But has sold millions of copies, international bestseller, originally in Spanish. This is an English copy, obviously. Have you seen a new perfume called Good Girl? No, but I think it would make me vomit. So this is the next series. There's 2 more after this. So they're called 365 Days. They're known online as Evil 50 Shades. The author said they were inspired by 50 Shades. She thought she could do her own version, but better. And so here is, to wrap up our evening, and after this, I'm so out of here because I'm so beyond done. Here is what it says on the back cover, all of which was news to me because, as I said, I very studiously and deliberately avoided any notion of these books because I didn't want spoilers or to know anything about them. By the way, it's not that thick, and they're all about this length, so we're going to go through them fast, and then I'm going to have to find something else, which I don't have another next series yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll figure it out. I'm sure I can find something. I know there's an author named Colleen Hanover who's supposed to be notoriously terrible. So we might go that direction. I'm not sure. We'll see. But here's what it says on the back cover of the first book of the next series that we are reading. The deeply sexy and romantic, internationally best-selling novel that inspired the blockbuster Netflix movie. Okay, I hadn't clocked that. Apparently, Netflix is to blame for making these movies. Why am I not surprised? But here's the actual synopsis. There's also a blurb about the author that I'm going to read at the end because it's really funny. But here is the synopsis, the back cover of this book. Laura Biel, her boyfriend, and 2 friends are on a dream vacation in beautiful Sicily. On the second day of their trip, her 29th birthday, she is kidnapped. Her kidnapper is none other than the head of a powerful Sicilian crime family, the incredibly handsome young Don Massimo Torricelli, who is determined that he will possess this woman at all costs. Massimo has his reasons. After an earlier attempt on his life, he almost died, and during this crisis a vision appeared before his eyes. A beautiful woman, identical to Laura. He survived that attack, vowing to himself that he would find the woman he had seen while near death and make her his own, no matter what. For 365 days, Massimo will keep Laura captive in his palatial estate and attempt to win her heart. If she doesn't fall in love with him during this time, he'll let her go. But if she tries to escape at any point, he will track down and kill her entire family. Soon Laura develops a fascination with her handsome and powerful captor, but as a precarious, risky relationship forms between them, forces outside their control threaten to tear them apart. So it's Stockholm Syndrome, the book. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Because we know, of course, she's going to fall in love with him, and then it's supposed to be all romantic and blah, blah, blah. But no, it starts with him kidnapping her. That is not a meet cute. How the fuck did they do this in a movie? The behind the scenes on that must be legend. And now to truly end our evening, I will pick up a puppy. Here's a little blurb about the author. Blanka Lipinska is one of the most popular authors and influential women in Poland. Okay, I thought it was originally Spanish. Apparently it's Polish. I might have been wrong. She's an author out of desire rather than necessity and writes for fun instead of money. Bull fucking shit. She loves tattoos, values truthfulness, and treasures altruism. Annoyed with people's lack of openness about sex, she took it upon herself to start a discussion about the many sides of love. She likes to say talking about sex is as easy as preparing dinner. So in other words, she's a brain dead twit. Come here, puppy. Come on. No, up. Come on. Last chance. Up. Yeah, there's a question. Come on, up. There we go. There we go. Here's a puppy to say goodnight. He's disappointed we didn't get any ducks. But this is what we're digging into next week. And yeah, imagine like answering that, because you know, of course, they're going to end up together. But how do you explain? You'd have to make up a story and then like both memorize it and stick to it for the rest of your lives. And what is one of those? Do I want to know what is one of those? An Inspired by 50 Shades spinoff? I'm sure there's a lot. I'm sure if I Googled books inspired by 50 Shades, I'd have enough to cover the next 10 years. What are you sniffing for? There's no food up here. You have food in your bowl. You know where food is. You're a very well-fed dog, in case you haven't noticed. And yet he still routinely goes digging in the garbage just in case there's anything he wants and makes a mess. Even when you have a full bowl of kibble. Yeah, his face right now is, no, I don't. I don't do that. I don't do that. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I'm a good doggy. I didn't do that. No, I didn't do that. I'm a good doggy. I'm not falling asleep. No, the Stockholm. I get what I want regardless. Yep. Well, hey, Disney did it a couple of times and they made hella cash, so. But that is going to do it for this evening, everybody. No, at least we got a puppy to say goodnight, and we are officially done with E.L. James until she cranks out her next book. Ghostwritten by whoever and edited by no one. We look forward to it, don't we, Bo? Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yes, we will. Excuse me. Oh, bad hiccups. But for now, everyone say goodnight to a puppy. Yes, say goodnight to this cute little face that's so sleepy. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, especially all our new friends. Thank you for being here and being very active in the chat. It helps a million. We didn't get any ducks, but that's okay. Maybe next week. We'll see. Right, little puppy? We'll see. Maybe he'll get to eat a duck. Yeah, did you go, puppy? He's such a good baby. He is such a good baby most of the time. Except when he gets caught. When I saw her, I fell in love and went to great lengths to get her. Get her attention. Their story. Yeah, kidnapping and holding a woman captive for a whole year. Yeah. And threatening to kill her entire family if she tries to escape. Yeah, totally. Oh, yes, you're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Okay, say goodnight. Good night, everyone. Good night, I'm a puppy. Good night. Rub my baby. Good baby. Good boy. All right. So that is what we're getting into next week. I will make an appropriate thumbnail, and of course, we'll be starting over with the ducks. We will be duckless until we get some new ducks. So hopefully we get some new ducks so the thumbnail is not too plain. I haven't decided what I'm going to put on it. yet, like, maybe I don't know, I want to say like a Spanish, like, pavilion style house on a cliff or something like that, something melodramatic and like foreshadowy. I don't know. Because I don't know anything about the book. This is totally blind. 50 Shades, I knew what it was. This is completely blind. I have no idea what's in any of this. So, massive grains of salt. I'm probably am going to need a title warning card that says, by the way, this is blank. I don't know what's in this either, so all of the warnings. But I will figure that out as the week goes on. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your support, especially now more than ever. Thank you for all your support and your good wishes and your comments and your fun and your laughing with me over terrible books. Everyone say goodnight to our beautiful pantheon of ducks. They work very hard sitting there and staring in judgment at all of us. Hopefully we will have more soon, but until next week, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Love yourself, and above all, love all of your fur babies. Give them loves and cuddles and belly rubs and ear scratches for me. I will see you all next week, same time, same place. Until then, bye-bye.